only challenge votes in the most urban, non-white, largest counties that voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden. He chose not to challenge the votes in the other counties. Now you're trying to say that now you're limited to only telling us to throw out the votes of Milwaukee and Dane County, which you are, but the president is the one that made that choice initially, correct?
The president did not choose based on the criteria that you are stating in any sense of the word. The choice of Dane and Milwaukee County was premised on a number of issues. Number one, a Wisconsin Election Commission came up with a number of over $7 million for us to count the rest of the state, as opposed to the $3 million that it took the last time.
Mr. Trupis, that's not in the record, but you know what? As long as we're not going to talk about what's in the record, let's take it one step forward.
That is in the record. It is in the record of the recount.
How much money, Mr. Trupis, how much money has Donald Trump raised because of the two-county recount in this state? How much has he raised? This isn't about the amount of money that this recount cost. This is about disenfranchising voters in two counties and only two counties in the state of Wisconsin.
I have a question regarding indefinitely confined voters. I'll please go ahead and answer, Mr. Trupis, but in the interest of time, I would like to address the other issues.
Certainly. The question of due process, which is what you're apparently alluding to. The Biden campaign could have chosen any counties. WEC, if it believed this was inappropriate, could have chosen any other county. The numbers are what I said they are. Finally, if this court were to decide that it wished a recount to be done statewide, as we've indicated in our papers, we are more than welcome to do that if we don't have to pay for it, and it can be done between now and January the 6th, if that's the relief the court would like to have. That's up to this court.
Thank you. With respect to your claim regarding indefinitely confined voters.
I've just lost the picture. I just lost it. Sorry, just lost the picture for a moment. I apologize.
That's all right. We've had a few struggles along the way.
I apologize.
It largely works pretty well. So you can hear and see. Okay, very good. I'd like to change the topic to indefinitely confined voters. As I understand the argument that you're making, it is based on the fact that there was some guidance that was issued on March 25th in Dane and Milwaukee counties regarding which voters could claim that status. And you are asking this court to basically toss the ballots that were cast after that advice was handed down. The problem with that I see is that there are people who were probably legitimately and in accordance with the law indefinitely confined, and so that would require the court to toss those ballots as well. I don't see anything in the record that would enable us to discern between the ballots that might have been cast not in accordance with the indefinitely confined statute and those that were.
And candidly, Your Honor, 6.86 sub 2 sub B is the statute on which we rely here for the clerks acting on reliable information in order to discern that very thing that you're suggesting. There was, as with other limitations in the recount statute, but particularly with regard to absentee voting, the statute makes certain assumptions and then requires certain actions precisely because of the extraordinary difficulty, if not impossibility, to later examine each and every voter for example, to determine whether they committed some type of fraud or other irregularity. So the statute makes certain presumptions. So our conclusion here was simply that as best we could, we've identified those people whom the clerks should have, in fact, acted as, we'll call them sentries for, looking into them and correcting it and making sure that they had not done that. They did not do that as to these particular voters, and that's the reason we selected them. But Your Honor points to a very difficult problem.
Can I follow up on that really quickly, Justice Bradley, and then I'll let you go. Just to follow up, you can't point to one person, though, in those two counties that improperly designated indefinite confinement. Is that correct, Mr.
Actually, there's actually pretty substantial information in the record at there was an affidavit submitted by Kyle Hudson, which had a number of people, I think there was about 10 in Dane County, whose their Facebook posts demonstrated they actually were at various rallies or at
Okay,
weddings.
all right. So we're going to look at Facebook posts to determine if the person was indefinitely confined.
Well,
That's the kind of evidence. You can't point to one person, correct, that you know was not properly marking indefinitely confined. Is that correct, Mr. Trupas?
Actually, I just did cite to that.
Oh, based on Facebook posts?
Well, that's pretty good evidence.
Oh,
In this case, if they could go to a rally, they
Okay.
could probably get to the polls.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll keep that in mind as a way to use evidence in the future Facebook posts. All right, sorry, Justice Ann Walsh Bradley, go ahead.
Thank you. Attorney Trupas, the circuit court made several findings of fact. Are you alleging any of the findings of fact to be clearly erroneous?
I apologize, Your Honor. We submitted an opposing series of findings of facts, and we stand on those as accurate. And to the extent that they are denied in our findings, I would say we do not agree with the findings made.
Well,
but there was not.
I want to be specific.
Yes, please.
Get hands. Okay, the circuit court made this finding of fact number 34 and 35. The Trump campaign did not allege, and no evidence exists, that a single vote was cast in either county by an ineligible voter who applied via Form EL 122, or that any fraud occurred relating to the use of that form in either county. Are you asserting that that finding is clearly erroneous?
Yes, the first half may be correct. The second half is clearly incorrect. We, as we pointed out in our papers and throughout, there was an assumption that the statute makes that in fact there is fraud, undue influence, and the like in the casting.
We're talking about historically, we're talking about findings of fact, not conclusions of law. For instance, the finding of fact number 66 and 67, the finding of the circuit court was President Trump did not submit any evidence establishing that any voter cast a vote as indefinitely confined who did not qualify as indefinitely confined. In fact, he said, and I looked at the transcript and listened to the hearing, he said, I certainly could not strike those ballots based on an inference which is not supported in fact.
As I just indicated, I believe to another of justices, we in fact did introduce evidence concerning a number of people for which there was a reasonable inquiry would have disclosed it. And I point out that Wisconsin Election Commission has no problem pointing out that if you misstate a witness's address or the like, the clerk is supposed to go out to Google and other places to fill it in. But apparently when it came to this category, they didn't feel the same sort of inquiry was necessary.
One final area of inquiry deals with the Form 122 and what's in the record. As I understand it, in the third day of the Board of Canvassers for Dane County, you submitted an exhibit of names that you thought were illegal voters. That is because of the use of the Form 122. And that among the names that you submitted as illegal votes, of course, was the name yourself and your wife. And so it just seems a little odd that you're standing before us trying to disenfranchise your vote and saying your vote is illegal. Now, I'm not saying that isn't clean hands, but there is a certain voter. I'd go to the nose rather than the hands with that one. What's your response? You're here asserting that your own vote is illegal.
Well, in fact, it is. In fact, it ought not be counted because it does not comport with the statutes. I relied, as many people did, on the clerks to carry out their job and to not give me a form or ask me to do something that was contrary to statutes. If we think about clerks and we think about their role, I think a good way to think about them is a sentry at the gate. If the sentry doesn't do their job, there are very serious consequences of that. In this case, they did not. They didn't, at least in Dane and Milwaukee counties. And that's the principle. If it affects me like any other lawyer, it affects me. It is what it is.
Counsel, I just wanted to follow up on Justice Bradley's question with regard to facts. This is an odd statute, an odd procedure. Most of the members of the court, when you came for us last time, indicated we thought some factual development might be helpful because of the competing questions of fact. The statute seems to suggest that the circuit court should separately treat disputed issues of fact. As Justice Ann Bradley pointed out, we have some findings here. So my question to you is maybe more arcane, but an important one, which is, how should we look at these findings of fact? Should we defer to the circuit court's findings of fact in this situation, or do you believe a different standard would apply under Chapter 9 here?
Well, first of all, I think that under Chapter 9, you're actually reviewing the canvassing board's decision and not the circuit court's decision. The circuit court is in effect reviewing whether or not a specific finding or conclusion of the board was supported by the evidence or by the law. In this case, I think what we have is that there were certain findings by the boards, which then became ultimate findings here. And as the judge reflected, and I don't disagree with his general statements on this, which was that as we originally in our original petition, which the court couldn't know at the time, but I think now the record reflects, is that there's not a substantial difference of opinion between the two parties on the essential facts in this case. That was one of the things that we didn't know going into the recount, what in fact would be the kinds of factual disputes we'd have. But as the record reflects, as the recount progressed, we were able to isolate specific ballots and specific categories, and people were not disputing, for example, that certain ballots had been changed or altered. And they were not disputing that it was done by the clerks, or in the first instance, that the applications weren't submitted. There were no applications other than the EL 122. So as to the essential facts in this matter, I really, as I felt all along, but I certainly feel now the record reflects, they're not substantially disputed. That's why earlier when Justice Bradley, Ann Walsh Bradley, was asking that question, I might have looked a little hesitant, because as to the essential facts here, I don't believe that the judge's opinion was much different than what we ultimately think, which is that the facts here are pretty straightforward, and it's the legal conclusions.
You're coming into the home stretch a little bit, so I'd like to make sure that you have at least some opportunity to address democracy in the park and drop boxes. Could you please?
I'd be glad to do that. And democracy in the park is one of these items where it's an obvious attempt to get around the statute that does not provide for advance voting. We are an absentee voting state.
Mr. Troupas,
Would he just answer the question, Justice Karofsky?
Absolutely, Chief Justice Roggensack. I want him to answer the question. It's important that he does. But I would like to know who voted in democracy in the park. These words are important. And if he's going to assert that someone cast a ballot during democracy in the park, I think that we, all 7 of us, and the residents and the voters of this state deserve to know who, Mr. Troupas.
Maybe he could save that for rebuttal, with all due respect. Judge Karofsky, Justice Annette Ziegler has asked one question during his whole proceeding so far, and she has a question pending. It would be nice to let him answer it, and then we can come back to your question in rebuttal if we run out of time.
Thank you.
Okay, so there are 2 things going on here with this. Under 6.855, a clerk's office cannot create a series of other clerk's offices. That's a sensible rule. And I think finally the Dane County has conceded it. They weren't clerk's offices. So now they call them drop boxes, or human drop boxes, where people could get all of this. But this court addressed that explicitly in Olson versus Lindbergh back in the 1950s, in fact, where it pointed out where the clerks went out and picked up ballots from various people or delivered envelopes to various people, that was barred by the statutory provision that only considers 2 ways. You can return them either in person or you can mail them. And this court found that provision was mandatory. and ultimately those votes were not counted. That's exactly the same circumstance. I don't see any distinction here between what we have and that situation. Under 6.87 sub 4 sub B, those are the ways you get them. That's the way you can receive them, particularly if you're clerk's offices, and they didn't comply.
So, Mr. Troupas, just so I understand your argument, you are saying that even if people didn't vote at Democracy in the Park, we're to throw out those votes.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Did people vote at Democracy in the Park or did they not?
People filled out their ballots, yes.
They did. I would like to know one person. I'd like to see one piece of evidence, something, the binders that we have. I have like 3 of these somewhere in here. Point me to a page, point me to a line, point me to a person's name, anything.
Well,
you know what? Point me to a Facebook page at this point. One person.
The reason I can't identify the specific people is even though I was hotly contested, and even though the city of Madison knew every one of those names, they knew every single one of them. They commingled them with all the other ballots so that we couldn't do what you want me to do.
Thank you very much. We will now move to Attorney Roth. Are you prepared to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. May it please the Court. Assistant Attorney General Colin Roth on behalf of the Wisconsin Elections Commission and Commissioner Ann Jacobs. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to quickly address a housekeeping matter, specifically the division of labor between myself and my co-counsel, Mr. Devaney.
Okay.
I intend to address the 4 substantive state election law issues that are presented here, and then my co-counsel, Mr. Devaney, intends to address all other topics raised, and that includes the available remedies under Section 9.01, due process, latches, and equal protection. And so I respectfully ask, with this court's indulgence, that questions about the substantive state law issues be addressed to myself, and then questions about those other topics be addressed to Mr. Devaney.
Thank you. That's helpful to us. Thank you.
Very good, Madam Chief Justice. Thank you. So with that, I would like to address the 4 absentee voting practices that are at issue here, all of which were considered and addressed in public guidance issued by the bipartisan Wisconsin Elections Commission before the November 2020 election. And I'd like to take the 4 issues in descending order based on the number of votes that are affected here. So that leads us first to the issue of in-person absentee voting by written application. And I think as a number of the justices recognize, this is a relatively simple question. The form that is undisputed that these voters filled out says it's an application. They entered in all the information required and then received a ballot and voted it. And I believe that's all that Wisconsin Statute 6.86 sub 1 AR requires. 1A and 1AR require. The response that I heard from Mr. Troupas is essentially a question about sequencing. What is the order in which this happens in in-person absentee voting, and somehow the sequencing means that there must be a separate application and certificate, which of course, as Justice Dallett recognized, the word separate does not appear anywhere in the statutes. And so to address that sequencing issue, I think it is helpful to review the record and review some of the affidavits that are in the record submitted by voters in Madison and Milwaukee. And I'd like to take just one as an example, and that's Madison voter Megan Spicer. And her affidavit is found at Defendant's Appendix 10. And what Ms. Spicer helpfully describes is the procedure that happens when you show up at a clerk's office to vote absentee. And so Ms. Spicer, what she did is she showed up in Madison at the clerk's office, gave her name and address to the clerk. The clerk confirmed that she appeared in the state's voter registration database. Ms. Spicer then showed her photo identification to confirm who she was. At that point, the clerk gave her the combined application certification form that's at issue here. And then I think what happened next is crucial. What Ms. Spicer says is she filled out the application portion of that combined form. That's again EL 122 at Defendant's Appendix 7. She filled out the application portion of that form, returned it to the clerk, who then handed her a ballot. After she received the ballot, she took it, she voted it, she brought it back to the clerk's table, folded it, placed it in the envelope in the clerk's presence, and then filled out the certification part of the envelope. And after that, the clerk witnessed it, as is entirely proper, and then secured the voted ballot. And so I think that is entirely consistent with the sequencing that Mr. Troupas has offered here. And his theory that these need to be separate documents is just simply not borne out by the facts and how these are actually used in Madison and Milwaukee County. And the only other argument I heard on this point is this retention issue about how the municipal clerk must retain the application, and somehow that is incompatible, I guess, with the duty to submit it on the evening of election day to the county clerk for processing. And all I'd say on that point is a retention requirement statute is satisfied if the document is in fact retained. The statute does not say that the applications have to sit in the clerk's drawer or in their office. I mean, I think about my own case files, which I don't keep in my office, even though they're subject to case retention policy. I send them to an offsite, facility. My office would be full.
Counsel, before we start talking about your case files, I'm mindful of the time limits that you have. And so I'd like to be helpful in directing your attention toward those issues that I think are probably most, at least in my mind, I won't speak for my colleagues, but they can jump in if they disagree. As I look at the posture of this case, we are being asked to consider whether certain ballots conformed or didn't conform with the law, and the ultimate remedy that the president is seeking is to have those ballots or those votes that were cast to be disqualified or not counted. So is it your understanding that in order for the court to consider what the president is asking for as far as relief, we do have to decide each of the claims as a matter of law? We need to interpret each of the statutes that the president is invoking as a basis for the relief he is requesting.
I think that's right, Justice Bradley. I mean, you obviously don't get to a remedial issue until you've decided whether there's been a violation of the statutes. I mean, it's obviously our position, and I do think we're correct that there were no violations in any of these four categories.
Can I direct your?
You're right.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I didn't want to cut you off, but again, I'm very mindful of the limits on your time, and I would like to get to the heart of the issues, having established that as a preliminary matter. One of the issues that I'm personally focused on is 687-6D, and that relates to the witness certifications on the absentee ballot envelopes. And the claims relate to missing witness addresses and what authority the clerk's offices may have had or not had to correct or add missing information. Can you please focus your arguments on what in the statutes would allow, if anything, would allow the clerks to supply that missing information?
Of course, Your Honor. So the first thing I do want to make just crystal clear here before talking about this issue is these markings were markings on absentee ballot envelopes. These were not alterations to ballots themselves. I just think, as a matter of fact, that needs to be crystal clear. We are not talking about clerks manipulating ballots themselves. These are markings on the envelope. So I just want to make sure we all are on the same page before.
I'm on the same page with you.
Very good. So the first thing I'd say in response to Your Honor's question is, and I do want you to please hear me out on this. Address is undefined in the statute. It is not, the statute does not expressly require absentee voter witnesses to fill out every jot and tittle of their address, including their street address, their city, their zip code, and the state. And I do think that is important, and I'll explain why. I do think if you look at other provisions of the Elections Code in Chapter 6, the legislature is very specific when it chooses to require specific pieces of address information to be given. The first place I'd refer Your Honor to is 6.34 sub 3 sub B sub 2, which relates to the proof of elector residence, proof of the elector's residence. And that provision requires a, quote, complete residential address, including a numbered street address, if any, and the name of a municipality. And I think that's important to note. It does not mention the zip code. It does not mention the state. And that's in that provision, it's called a complete residential address, which is a different term than what is required for the absentee witness address. It just says address in that provision. And I do think it's important to draw these distinctions, because the only way you get to these ballots not counting is if the address is missing. But if the address is complete with simply a street address, there's no basis to throw out these ballots, regardless of what the clerks did. If the street address is enough, that ballot is complete when it comes into the clerk's office, and it's complete no matter what the clerk does. And so I think that's very important.
Let me just follow up briefly on that, because assuming you're correct and assuming that's all it requires, why then are the clerks filling in that area of the envelope? Why are they filling in information if they're perfectly fine on their own? And where in the statute are they given that authority?
Thank you, Justice Ziegler. I think the reason they're doing it, and again, I think this is why it's permissible, is the extra information, I think it's critical to recognize, is not sworn by anyone. If you look at what 6.87 sub 2 requires, it does not require the witness to swear to the address that they write down. All the witness swears to is that the voter who cast the ballot that they're witnessing essentially is who they said they were and lives where they said they lived. That's what the witness swears to. What the witness then does is write down their address such that it's essentially a tool so that if we need to go find that witness to probe the certification to confirm whether the voter was indeed eligible, we can find that witness. That's what it's for. It's a tool to locate the witness in case they're needed for future testimony. And so it's not an eligibility requirement to be a witness. You don't have to live anywhere in particular to be a witness. All you need to be is an adult U.S. citizen. That's it. And so when we think about what is used...
Let me just ask this, Counsel. In Wisconsin, absentee voting is considered a privilege, right? So if you choose to vote absentee, there are certain statutory requirements that must be met for you to be able to vote in that manner, right?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay, so when you must have a witness verify that you are who you say you are and that you live where you say you live, is it too much to ask that that witness put down their address such that they could be found if necessary? Isn't that just what the statutes require? They don't require any action by the clerk, right?
Well, they don't, but I think what we have here is the record shows that many of these ballots that are in this category that the plaintiff has challenged indeed had, for instance, just a street address already on the envelope. And so I think in the main, what happened here was that clerks added, say, the state or say the zip code. And I think if we recognize that the purpose of this address requirement, which again is undefined, the legislature did not specify what elements are needed. And I would also point you just again on this topic to 6.18, which is a provision that governs certifications for former Wisconsin residents who nevertheless still are eligible to vote in Wisconsin. That statute separately uses the words address, city, state, and zip code in the same sentence. And so I think these statutes, 6.34, which I mentioned earlier, and 6.18, which I just mentioned, make clear that when the legislature means to require specific address information, it says it in the statute. And 6.87 sub 2 sets out the form for the witness certification. And that form simply says address. And I think this all reflects, what Your Honor is getting at, which is that the purpose of this, again, is to be able to contact the witness. And if a street address is there, the clerks may enter in the city and state, for ease of future use if they need to contact that witness to confirm the information to which they swore, which again is not the address. I would point out if the address had to be sworn, this might be a different issue, but to be clear, it's not.
If the WEC gives advice contrary to the language of the statute, which should control?
The statute controls, Your Honor, but I believe that every piece of guidance that we're talking about here does conform to the statutes. I think this piece of it does. I think clearly the application issue does, but clearly the statute controls, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'd like to talk about a statute that troubles me. It's 6.874B, and that section requires that the envelopes containing the ballot shall be mailed to the elector and or delivered in person to the municipal clerk who issued the ballots. So here we have people putting ballots in drop boxes. We have parties in the park where people are being witnessed there by someone who is available, and those ballots are being collected, but they're not being delivered in person to the clerk, and they're not being mailed. And that frankly troubles me. I don't see how that fits within the statute. Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
Of course, Madam. The first thing, again, as a factual point, I believe needs to be emphasized. We are not talking about drop boxes in this case. The plaintiff has not challenged the use of drop boxes, of which there were, of course, many, aside from what has colloquially been called the democracy in the park. There have been challenges to drop boxes in other cases, but as I understand the claim here, it is simply a challenge to the democracy in the park event, which I think has some very important factual attributes that answer Your Honor's question. I think, again, the relevant statute here is 6.87 sub 4 sub B sub 1, which, as Your Honor correctly note, requires the absentee ballot envelope to be either mailed by the elector or delivered in person to the municipal clerk.
Right.
And I think if you look at the facts of what happened at Democracy in the Park, the in-person prong of that statute was satisfied, because what happens at Democracy in the Park, again, is a factual matter. I think it's very important to emphasize there were no ballots given out to voters at this event. It was simply a collection event. All that happened is people, the agents of the Madison City Clerk were present at these events and collected ballots. And I think that satisfies.
Oh, I don't think so. Otherwise, you'd have to say this is, which Madison could have done, an alternate absentee ballot site under 6.855. And you have declined to assert that. And the city itself said, no, that's not what it was. So they're not delivering it to the clerk. They're delivering it to agents of the clerk that are set out in the park, but they're not delivering it to the clerk in the context of 6.874B1.
So I have two responses, Your Honor.
Okay.
First is, I think clearly delivery to agents of the clerk has to be permitted, because that's what happens even at the office of the clerk. There's one city clerk for Madison, Mary Beth Witzel Bell. And I promise you that not every single person who returned a ballot in Madison hand-delivered that ballot to Mary Beth.
But counsel, reading the statute in context, don't you agree that what is set out there contemplates, it says mailing it to the clerk who gave out the ballot or delivering it to the clerk who issued the ballot? And that contemplates the clerk's office from where these are sent out. Certainly not apparent to me in the statute that you could set up a clerk here, there, and everywhere and say you're having the clerk's office, unless they decide to use the separate alternate provisions in the statute, which could have been done, but we're not here.
And just to piggyback on that, how many offices can a clerk have set up at the same time?
So I have two responses. First is the idea that by saying in-person delivery to the municipal clerk necessarily means in-person delivery to the clerk's office. And I think that's not what the statute expressly says. And I think that is an important difference, because the legislature knew how to specify the clerk's office. And I think you can look at least two other provisions that I've seen in Chapter 6 that specifically reference activity that is supposed to take place at the office of the clerk. And that's 6.86 sub 1, sub A, sub 2, and 6.87 sub 3, sub A. And I think both of those statutes expressly refer to the office of the clerk as a place that something needs to happen. And so when 6.87 sub 4B1 simply says delivery in person to the municipal clerk, it doesn't necessarily envision, and I will get to your Honor's question about 6.855, I promise, but okay. I just want to tie off 6.87 here very quickly. So when 6.87 just says delivery in person to the municipal clerk, I think that has to mean there's no specific place as long as the in-person delivery is occurring to either the clerk or an agent of the clerk. And an agent, it just simply has to be okay, given how government operates. So I'd like to then turn to 6.855, which is your Honor's second and Justice Ziegler's second line of questioning about the alternate absentee ballot sites. And I think this one, you really need to look very closely at the language of the statute, because I think what's at issue here, if you examine the language, are sites where you can both request an absentee ballot, vote an absentee ballot, and return the ballot all in the same place. And I think there are at least three places that show you that in the text of that statute. So in the first sentence of 6.855 sub 1 reads that essentially an alternate absentee ballot site is a place where, quote, electors of the municipality may request and vote absentee ballots, and to which voted absentee ballots shall be returned. And I think those and connectors are very important. I mean, they're grammatically critical, and they indicate that these alternate sites are places where all those things need to happen. It has to be requesting, voting, and returning. And if you don't have all three, it's not an alternate ballot site. It doesn't need to be designated by the county board or anyone else.
No, so, I agree with you. I don't think it's an alternate ballot site either.
Well, I think that's exactly the point, Your Honor. It's not an absentee ballot site. It doesn't. And I would just point to one other piece of the language. Well, I guess let me try that a different way. What I'm saying is it doesn't have to follow the 6.855 procedures because it doesn't have the three attributes of an absentee ballot.
You can't provide a ballot as well as collect.
Right. And that's not what happens at Democracy in the Park. There was no ballots given out.
You know what? They were. My concern is that this is early voting. Okay, it happened way before October 20th when in-person early voting could start. Here, people brought their ballots. Somebody witnessed the ballots for them, and they collected the voted ballots. It's very much the same thing that applies if you do in-person voting. When you go within the provision about 2 weeks before the election, I think, when you go there, you get your ID checked, you get a ballot, you vote it, it's witnessed, and it's collected all at once. I understand that they didn't provide ballots, but the people still voted them with a witness, and the ballots were gone. Their vote was done at that point.
So Your Honor, I have two responses. First is that I think the lack of ballots being given out is really crucial here, because that is an essential element of how the legislature has defined in-person absentee voting.
Let me ask you this question. Just say there's an elector and he gets a ballot, but he doesn't know anybody. He lives all by himself. So a week before the election, he goes into the clerk's office and says, I want to vote, but I don't have anybody to be my witness. Would you be my witness? Clerk says, sure. So he votes and he gives it to the clerk. Has he voted?
Well, he's certainly voted, but not in the sense that had to happen at a designated alternate.
But he voted in person, correct? He voted in person, just like the people who got their ballots sent to them and brought them to Democracy in the Park. He did the same thing, and that was the vote. He voted.
So I think I think what Your Honor is really focusing on is the witnessing portion as being, you know, troubling to Your Honor. And
well, it's critical to have a ballot that is a valid ballot that's cast, right?
Well, that's absolutely right.
Sure.
But what I would say is that, you know, in-person absentee voting is not a colloquial term. It's a precise term used by the statutes. And so, you know, the fact that, and I think you have to look at 6855, because I really think 6855 tells you when a place that you are, you know, doing some voting related activity at, for lack of a better phrase, I could have come up with something more articulate, but when it needs to be something that is designated in the procedure set out in 6855. And because there's no giving out of ballots, I think it doesn't need to follow those procedures. And I think all it needs to do is satisfy 6.874B1, which just requires in-person delivery. And so the last thing I'd say is, you know, if it's the witnessing portion that's concerning to Your Honor, that did not happen for all these ballots at Democracy in the Park. I mean, many of these
happened for some and not others. It's something I didn't know about till I read the record and the affidavit that's in there.
That's true, Your Honor, but if you take away witnessing, which certainly is not every ballot at issue here, some of the ballots were simply dropped off. They were filled out, they were sealed, signed, delivered, you know, witnessed by your wife or husband or whoever else lives at home with you.
I understand.
And then dropped off. And some of the ballots in that bucket fit into that category. And so I
frankly don't see the difference between my example of the guy that gets a ballot at home and doesn't have anybody to witness him and goes into the clerk's office and has them witness it and gives it to the clerk, and the person that does the same thing in Madison in the Park.
My only response I can give you, I see my time is up.
You can finish just that question though.
Sure. The only thing I can say is I think if you look at 687-4B1, if you don't meet the criteria under 6855 for an alternate absentee ballot site, if you don't fall under that provision, all you have to do is satisfy 687-4B1. And I think in-person hand delivery to an agent of the clerk is enough. And I know I'm out of time. I would just say indefinite confinement. There's no proof of a single voter, which I think the court recognizes that didn't qualify for that status. And so there's just no basis to throw out a single vote in that category. So with that, if there are no further questions, I'll turn it over to my co-counsel, Mr. Devaney.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Attorney Devaney, are you ready to proceed?
I am ready. Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. And thank you to the justices for allowing me to appear pro hoc vice. I appreciate it. On behalf of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris, we join fully in the arguments of Mr. Roth that the WEC guidance and administration of the election in Dane and Milwaukee complied fully with the statutory scheme in Wisconsin and produced an election that was fair, secure, and that accurately reflected the will of the voters. Your Honors, as we asked in our papers last night, we respectfully request that the court issue a decision in this matter prior to the meeting of the presidential electors on Monday at noon. We know you're acting with deliberate speed as reflected by the schedule you issued last night. We appreciate that, but I just wanted to emphasize that point. And before I turn to the substantive issues I will address, I just want to make an overarching point on behalf of my clients. And that is that Section 5.01 of the Election Code, as you all well know, establishes that the overriding purpose of the election laws in Wisconsin is to give effect to the will of the voters. And the election here was administered in a way that did just that. The voters of Wisconsin spoke very clearly when they gave President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris a margin of victory of more than 20,000 votes. And the will of the voters was reaffirmed during the exhaustive recounts conducted by the Dane and Milwaukee officials that further increased that margin of victory by some small number. And then the will of voters was again reaffirmed just yesterday when Judge Simonek affirmed the determinations of the canvassing boards based on a record that, as you all know, because you've looked at it, is robust and includes detailed findings of fact. And that ruling again confirmed that Mr. Biden and Senator Harris won this election by more than 20,000 votes. And Your Honor, yes.
Sorry, again, mindful of the time constraints that we have today, I'm going to jump in with some questions for you. We in Wisconsin have a statute that says that ballots cast in contravention of the procedures specified under our election laws may not be counted. And ballots that are counted in contravention of the procedure specified in those provisions may not be included in the certified result of any election. One of the principal arguments that I've discerned you are making on behalf of your clients, and you are joined in those arguments by the respective clerks in Dane County and Milwaukee County, and I'm specifically looking at your supplemental brief at page 5. The purpose of a recount is to ensure that the voters, clerks, and board of canvassers followed the rules in place at the time of the election. And there's a suggestion that the rules in place were those rules as specified in guidance from the Wisconsin Elections Commission. Now, I just earlier heard Mr. Roth on behalf of WEC say, well, no, of course, the statutes govern the elections. Are you suggesting that the rules are not Wisconsin law, that the rules are, in fact, what WEC says the law is?
Well, Your Honor, certainly the statute is Wisconsin law, but the WEC guidance has an important part in administering the elections and in dictating what clerks and voters will do. The WEC, by statute, has responsibility for administering the election laws under Section 5.052W, and it's the WEC that is required to educate and provide guidance to the clerks across the state. And this is important to promote uniform procedures. And the WEC has other obligations that are statutory nature under 6.869 to keep clerks informed of the law and what processes they should follow to ensure a uniform election. So sure, by all means, the statutes are important. They are the law, but so is the WEC guidance. It's very important to how elections are administered. It's also important, Your Honor, to the reliance of voters. And voters in this case, as we know, relied significantly on the guidance that's been in place for years.
But if that guidance, Mr. Devaney, if that guidance is incorrect, and there were, in fact, ballots that were either cast, counted, or included in the certified result of the election, if they did not comport with law, we have Section 684 sub 2 of the Wisconsin statutes that say they're not supposed to be counted. So how can we can't get around that law, right? I mean, even if the WEC provided guidance, if it was incorrect, even if a voter or a clerk relied on that and it resulted in ballots being counted that were unlawful, this court has to apply the law, right? Not the guidance.
Certainly the court has to apply the law. And Your Honor, as you know, I don't concede that the guidance was incorrect, but taking your question for the sake of argument, there are a few responses to it. And one is that there's a strong presumption in Wisconsin that the intended voters should be recognized and honored. And there's a long line of case law that indicating that even if there were a mistake by an election official, even if there were an inaccuracy and guidance from a voting commission or an election commission, if a voter relied on that and voted according to the law in effect of the time that he or she voted, that vote should be counted. And there's case law.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is a really important point, I think. I might have heard you say the WEC guidance is the law, but you acknowledge it is not, right? It's just guidance.
Your Honor, the law, the starting law is the statute, but I don't mean to minimize the importance of the guidance. It's an agency that's been delegated with administering the election code, and as with any agency, it has the right to administer the statute. And so
it has to follow the statute. In other words, what I'm getting at is the WEC cannot read the statute contrary to its terms and issue guidance that is directly contradictory to a statutory provision. And I understand your argument is, well, the law was followed. But if in fact this court were to determine that the WEC guidance on which a voter relied was incorrect and the law was not followed, of course, we apply the law, not WEC guidance, because if we were to elevate WEC guidance to the status of law, that would allow a commission made up of 6 commissioners and its staff to rewrite the law in Wisconsin with respect to elections. And we can't have that, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I have two responses. One is I really want to emphasize again the importance of viewing this from the perspective of the voter and from the perspective of honoring voter intent and ensuring those who express their intent had their votes count. That is the overarching concern that's reflected in Wisconsin case law by this court going back decades. So that's my first point. My second point, which goes specifically to your question, is there is a remedy. If let's say the WEC guidance were wrong, there is a remedy for that. But the remedy is not to challenge that guidance in the context of a recount proceeding. The recount proceeding, as we articulate in our briefs, is limited to counting individual ballots and ballot envelopes on very specific criteria. It's not designed, and it's statutory language, and we need to anchor in statutory language for this proceeding, does not permit the type of broad-based challenge that is being brought here. The appropriate vehicle for challenging concerns about WEC guidance is through a declaratory judgment action or through an action under 227. It's not through
that may be, but I don't understand the president's claims to be challenging the WEC guidance. Regardless of what the guidance was, the president's challenges are based on his assertions that the law was not followed, and the president has identified those buckets, if you will, of ballots that he claims were not cast or counted in accordance with the law. So in that respect, the WEC guidance is irrelevant to this proceeding.
Your Honor, I would respectfully disagree with that characterization of their claim, because it's really a matter of semantics. What they are arguing is that the law wasn't improperly followed because clerks follow the WEC guidance. So they really are effectively challenging the WEC guidance. And my point is that the proper vehicle for doing that is before an election. Bring a declaratory judgment action, get it resolved. Don't wait for the voters to rely on the law and then you lose the election and you come in and you challenge these things that have been in place for, in some cases, a decade or more. And then disenfranchise 220,000 voters, only 220,000 voters in only 2 counties, and leave everybody else unaffected.
To that point, setting aside the relief that the president's requesting in this case, would you agree that it's important for this court to address the discrete legal issues that the president is raising with respect to whether or not the ballots were cast in accordance with Wisconsin election law?
You know, actually, Your Honor, I of course, it's the court's ultimate decision about where it wants to go in its order, and I don't presume to tell you what you should do. But I will say this, that I think that the starting point for your analysis should be, are these issues properly before the court in a recount proceeding? And I would answer that by saying no, for the reasons I articulated. When you apply 901 and you look at the statutory language, it doesn't allow for this kind of challenge. And again, this kind of challenge should have been brought through the declaratory judgment action under 227 or original declaratory judgment action. So, and then moreover, there's the question of latches. And there was a colloquy between Justice Karofsky and Mr. Troupas about latches and the time period that the president waited to bring these claims. And just on latches and basic notions of fairness and equitable estoppel, I think that you wouldn't even need to get to the WEC guidance and the lawfulness of them. Now, of course you can, but I'm just telling you from my perspective, you don't need to go there. You can resolve this case by saying these issues aren't properly before you under a recount, and that the equitable principles of latches and estoppel apply here.
Well, let's look at, I'm glad you brought up latches. I don't mean to dominate the questioning here, so I invite my colleagues to jump in whenever they wish. But Chapter 9, which is part of what we're interpreting here, the president has brought a challenge to an irregularity, defect, or mistake committed during the voting or canvassing. process. So could you address that part of the statute? I hear you arguing that it's not properly before us, but that's the language in Chapter 9, and I see the president's claims couched in terms of Chapter 9. I don't know how he could, in other words, I don't know how he could have brought these challenges that are based on irregularities, defects, or mistakes committed during the voting or canvassing process until the election actually took place.
Well, Your Honor, the provision in 9.01, it's 9.01B2, says that a canvassing board is required to examine any absentee ballot envelopes to which an objection is made to determine whether any of the envelopes were defective. An absentee ballot is defective only if it is, quote, not witnessed, it is not signed by the voter, or the voter received the absentee ballot by fax or email, and the certificate accompanying the ballot is missing. And the idea is that in a recount, and that's what we have before us here, that the canvassing boards go through the ballots and envelopes and identify envelopes that fit those descriptions, set them aside, and have a drawdown, if necessary, to account for any ballot envelopes that were somehow inappropriate based on just those criteria. And so that is the limited purpose of a recount proceeding. And so the president's desire to challenge issues beyond that, going to his claimed irregularities, if you will, or inaccuracies in WEC guidance, are addressed not here, but again, through a declaratory judgment action, either original action or under Section 227.
But for example, with respect to one of the claims being brought regarding the missing witness addresses, that is something that could be determined and is properly determined during the recount procedures and cases under Chapter 9, right?
Actually, Your Honor, again, that is a WEC guidance that's been in effect since 2016. It's been used in 11 statewide elections. And my position, my client's position, is that that guidance should be challenged in the context of again, a declaratory judgment proceeding that takes place before the election. So voters and clerks know if there's going to be a change in the law, that should be changed before the election, not after the election when 220,000 people, or actually it's a lot less for that particular issue, would be disenfranchised.
Okay, just not to belabor the point, but I think it's an important one, again, with respect to the witness, the missing witness information on the absentee envelopes. That's not something that could be challenged in the context of this particular election and under Chapter 9 until the election has actually taken place.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I think we're going back and forth because the guidance was in place, the practice has been in place, the president was on notice of it, and he could have challenged it. If he thought it was unlawful, he could have challenged it before the election.
The problem with that, counsel, from my perspective, is that this court recently in the SEIU decision very emphatically declared guidance documents and guidance of this nature to not be the law and to have no force and effect whatsoever. And so what we're left with is applying the statutes, not any guidance from the WEC.
Was that a question, Your Honor, or?
Well, I'd ask you to respond to it. I did not frame it as a question. It was kind of a
I think I gave you my response earlier, which is by statute, the WEC administers elections and is required to issue guidance that ensures uniformity in election procedures across the state.
They should probably engage in rulemaking then if it is to have the force and effect of law, right?
Well, I think that actually under the statute that advisory guidance, as they have done, is contemplated by the statute.
Counsel, could you walk through a little bit the interaction between some of these statutory provisions and just the concept of how equity, which is what latches is, how that should interact with some of these statutory provisions that say, for example, if you don't comply with this, you can't count the votes. Help us think through that, the relationship between those.
Well, Justice Hagedorn, the relationship is that one must begin with the concept that's established in Wisconsin statute and longstanding precedent of this court that there's a presumption the vote and intent of the voter will be counted. And that is the starting point. And so when one looks at claims that a clerk or the WEC may have erred in the guidance they issued or in how they administered the election, it's important to recognize the voters' reliance on public officials, on public statements about what the law is, and to protect the voters' reliance. And so that's the first equitable point that I would make as you consider these issues, that you have to really look from the perspective of the voter and protect that reliance. I won't give you quotes from the cases, but we have plenty of cases in our briefs that talk about that really important concept. And by the way, that's anchored also in due process. To change the guidance, to change the rules after the election, and to disenfranchise voters in that circumstance is fundamentally unfair and therefore hooks into substantive due process and substantive due process violations. The second point, Justice Hagedorn, I would make in response to your question is, I just gave you an answer that was from the perspective of the voter. But I think when you think of equities, you must also look from the perspective of the challenger. And that's when we get into the issues of latches and estoppel. And the question of when President Trump benefited from these very procedures he's challenging now in 2016, both in the election and the recount, when he didn't do anything before this election until he saw that he had lost, and then came forward and challenged them, the prejudice to the voters who relied on the state of the law is severe. It's if this remedy is accepted, it's outright disenfranchisement. And under basic principles of estoppel, latches, unclean hands, that affords protection for the voter. So I've done my best to answer how I think the equitable principles intertwine with the statutory question you started with, but that's how I think it works. And then while I have the floor, I'll also just add to it equal protection. And I think your question in some way triggers the equal protection question, which goes to the egregious fact in front of you, which is that the president has chosen to bring this challenge in only 2 out of 72 counties. And under Bush v. Gore equal protection principles, it's fundamental that voters must be treated equally and afforded the same value of their vote and the same dignity and respect. And by singling out the voters in Dane and Milwaukee and treating them differently from voters in other counties who follow the exact same procedures. And by the way, there are findings of fact on this, that indeed these procedures were followed in counties other than Dane and Milwaukee. The findings of fact are in the high 20s and low 30s. I don't have the specifics memorized, but that is a plain violation of equal protection. And in some respects, it ties into your equity question, Justice Hagedorn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Attorney Troupas, are you prepared for rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
Please go.
Your Honor,
Attorney Troupas, we left off with Democracy in the Park, what Justice Ziegler had asked about. So that the event was announced 4 weeks before the first Democracy in the Park took place. Did the president file an injunction to prevent that event from happening because it was going to be an unlawful voting procedure that you're alleging now?
No.
And did he then, there was another event, so that was back in September. That was August when it was announced. September 26th was the first one. Did he file an injunction before the second event on October 3rd?
No.
And did he ever file an injunction?
Not that I'm aware of.
He just chooses to challenge it now after he lost the election, correct?
I don't think it was a conscious choice to not do it before or not do it after. It was an obligation under the statutes, 901 sub 11, that merges all of the claims of the Trump campaign into a recount statute. As we advise the president, and as is, I think, the only view in the law of the state of Wisconsin, all items merge into the recount process. And of course, the reasons for that are that justiciable controversies are obviously posed there. We have a number of cases, they're cited in the briefs, where many issues are raised during recount proceedings. For example, illegal voters or improper voters. And there are constantly, they use a drawdown process and it's mandatory.
Again, Mr. Troupas, one illegal voter, one person who engaged in fraud at Democracy in the Park. I mean, isn't it true that the reason that your client, Donald Trump, did not file this action until after the elections because it wouldn't make any sense to do it if he had won? But now afterwards, he wants to go back and complain about things that he could have complained about 2 weeks before the election, such as Democracy in the Park, the forms that have been used for 10 years, all of these things. He had the opportunity to complain about before the election, but he chose not to. And now, after the election, he wants to disenfranchise 227,000 voters.
We do not want to disenfranchise voters. We want the law enforced. And your question implies something that I think needs to be addressed, which is that if this court were to hold that Donald Trump or any other candidate must speculate on what might happen in an election under some law that might or not be enforced by an agency guideline that might or might not be followed, then we are headed in a very dangerous direction.
Mr. Troupas, no one is saying that he had to speculate. All these things were in existence before. I want to ask you about something you talked about before, and you were talking about absentee ballot, and particularly statute 6.84 sub 1 and sub 2. And you talked about, and I agree, that voting absentee in Wisconsin is a privilege. And that statute goes on to talk about, specifically it says, the legislature finds that the privilege of voting by absentee must be carefully regulated. Then it says, to prevent the potential for fraud. Do you have any allegations of fraud to bring forward before this court?
The whole case is about fraud.
It's not. I want to know what election fraud happened on November 3rd, 2020. This is the first time I have heard you use the word fraud today, and I listened to the whole hearing yesterday and reviewed the transcript. What fraud transpired?
Let me be extraordinarily clear. And I thought I had explained this earlier, but I apologize if I did not. The statutes are in place because they presume if you do not follow these provisions, there is fraud, undue influence, and abuse. That is the function of the statute.
Mr. Troupas, I've got a question for you that's specifically related to the latches argument that's being made by Mr. Biden and the clerks as well, and I believe the WEC. There's an argument that it would be unfair for this court or any court to disqualify ballots that were cast in reliance on guidance provided by the WEC. But I hear that, but then there seems to me to be an unfairness perhaps to all of the voters in the state of Wisconsin who rely on a body like the WEC to provide guidance that is in conformance with the statutes. So could you address specifically how you would ask the court, if it's considering this latches argument, how the equities could be balanced on that point?
That's a very good question, and one we've given an awful lot of thought to for the president. On the one hand, the statutes are mandatory. They require the ballots be drawn down. There is no way around that language. We have not found a single case in the state's history, especially since 1984, in which a mandatory provision was not enforced exactly as it speaks. And in fact, that is the statutory remedy. But Your Honor raises an interesting question, whether or not these matters can come before the court again. These are difficult cases. To have all of the factual underpinnings of a case like this at great cost and expense to everybody is rare. So we have, in fact, provided the court with substantial information that we hope the court will address I believe it's within its discretion to do so, because these are matters that are likely to recur. And we certainly do not want future elections to be carried out under these kind of circumstances without the courts clear addressing some of these claims. So while I don't believe the statute contemplates that, I do believe the statute does not prohibit it, and I think it falls within the equitable the jurisdiction of the court in all of its characteristics.
I have a follow-up to that point, Mr. Troupis. If the court were inclined to accept the laches argument with respect to relief for your client, would it nevertheless be useful and appropriate for the court to resolve the discrete legal issues that are advanced by your client in his 4 claims?
Yes, it would be extraordinarily helpful.
Attorney Troupis, I heard you say earlier that there's no way to address any of these claims unless we're in the moment of when these things have been violated, but you're now asking us to address them going forward, yet you couldn't bring those before to ask us going forward? I'm very confused by your response to that question.
Because there was no injury before, and there was no certainty that the actions would take place that in fact violated the law. It's precisely because of the SEIU case, for example, when we talk about WEC, that one could not have relied on its guidance, and this case would have been bounced in a moment by most circuit court judges. It's simply not right.
Okay, so Attorney Troupis, are you aware that there was actually a lawsuit filed over Democracy in the Park? This thing that you say couldn't have been brought ahead of time?
Yeah, there was a lawsuit brought. It was actually brought by people trying to have it ruled legal, and the court kicked it here in Dane County.
Yeah, because everyone agreed it was legal. But in any event, it proves the point that that these actions could have been brought ahead of time, correct? I mean, you can't have it both ways.
No, I didn't say that at all. We can't speculate on possible things coming.
Okay. Democracy in the Park was announced. You knew it was coming. What do you mean speculate? These procedures were in place. I'm not.
We had no injury at the time that we would have.
I want to go back to the statement that you made prior to Justice Bradley's question. You said that there was fraud in this election. I cannot believe that you are going to come forward and you are going to accuse our fellow Wisconsinites from engaging in fraud in this election. The people of Wisconsin should be thanked for exercising their civic duty, for doing what is asked of them and coming to vote. We should be thanking them. We should be thanking the election workers and the canvassers and the local officials who soldiers on through this historic election during a global pandemic. In this state, we accept the will of the voters, and they spoke. And for you to come forward today and start just throwing out allegations of fraud with zero evidence whatsoever, what is America? It is not self-government. I'm sorry, it is self-governance. It is not governance from a king. And what you want is you want us to overturn this election so that your king can stay in power. And that is so un-American. And for you to say that anyone in Wisconsin engaged in fraud, for you to perpetuate that fallacy on the people of Wisconsin and the people of the United States and America in what has been called the most significant election in our lifetime is nothing short of shameful.
I believe that this country was founded on the principle of the rule of law. When we forget the rule of law, when we forget to enforce mandatory statutes as are involved here, we have lost our country.
Counsel, is it your position that laches could never apply to any of the claims that you're bringing here? Or do you think it could apply, it just doesn't?
In a hypothetical sense, I think that there are situations where it could apply in election law context. Yes, that's certainly true. I don't think this is one of those situations, because if there is no evidence whatsoever that the Trump campaign contemplated or considered, frankly, any of these things in advance, that in fact, if that's going to be the rule, that we're going to infer it because he's a wealthy man or it's a big election, we are headed down a very dangerous path. There's just simply no evidence that there was any knowledge or any forethought to trying to have these kinds of matters raised. And it could not have been raised. We'd have done nothing but litigation. So it's a very dangerous policy decision to force candidates litigate these things. And as we've pointed out in our brief, it would clearly add a cost that would be unnecessary, and that would violate our First Amendment rights as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for excellent briefs and a ton of work on this case. And the argument was very, very good. It's helpful to us to bounce off of you all what may be troubling us as we try to sort through the issues that are presented. We are going to now adjourn for the day. The court will meet in closed conference at 2:45. We are adjourned.
Nonprofit
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here on News Now from Fox. This was live coverage of the Wisconsin Supreme Court hearing oral arguments on President Trump's lawsuit. Some of you are experiencing a two-minute commercial break, and the rest of us will be back here on News Now from Fox. We'll have a quick break, and again, we will be back here on News Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us here on News Now from Fox. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. It has been a busy last 24 hours. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration authorized the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine for emergency use on Friday. Now, this vaccine has already been authorized in the UK, Canada, Bahrain, and Mexico, but now will be dispersed in the United States and will be dispersed within days in hopes that we will curb the spread of this deadly disease. Now, I want to show you a statement from HHS and the DoD from the FDA. Let me pull that up for you right now. All right, as you can see, here is a statement from HHS and DoD. They said, quote, "Today, the Food and Drug Administration issued an emergency use authorization to Pfizer for its COVID-19 vaccine, the first authorization for a COVID-19 vaccine in the United States. Operation Warp Speed and private sector partners now begin distributing the first allocation of doses to sites designated by the public health jurisdictions and 5 federal agencies with which OWS and CDC have been working to plan distribution." HHS Secretary Alex Azar and Acting Secretary of Defense Christopher C. Miller released the following statements. They said, quote, "It is nothing short of a medical miracle to have FDA authorization of a vaccine for COVID-19 just over 11 months since the virus was made known to the world. Because of President Trump's strong leadership and unwavering support for Operation Warp Speed, we have millions of doses of this vaccine that are now being shipped to every corner of America, with administration to begin as soon as providers are ready. The triumph of Operation Warp Speed is a tribute to dedicated public servants across HHS and the Department of Defense, our partners in the private sector, and incredible American scientists." He went on to say, "This vaccine, like any vaccine FDA potentially authorizes, has been through multiple stages of safety review, and it has shown extraordinary effectiveness in protecting people from the virus. Vaccines will help bring this pandemic to an end, which is all the more reason to double down on the public health measures. We need to stay safe in the coming months. As Americans get vaccinated, we need to continue taking steps like washing our hands, social distancing, and wearing face coverings to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities." End quote. That was from HHS Secretary Alex Azar. Also, Christopher C. Miller saying, "The massive logistical planning our military has contributed to Operation Warp Speed gives me even more pride in the talent and dedication of our service members. They have been crucial in bringing a safe and effective vaccine to the American people and in restoring the health of our country." Again, for those of you just joining us now, the FDA held a press conference discussing vaccine authorization this morning and approved that authorization yesterday. Now, according to the Associated Press, this vaccine will begin arriving in states Monday morning, U.S. officials said Saturday. As early as Monday morning. They said trucks will roll out Sunday morning as shipping companies UPS and FedEx begin delivering Pfizer's vaccine to nearly 150 locations. Another 450 sites will get the vaccine Tuesday and Wednesday. The locations include hospitals and other sites able to meet the ultra cold storage requirements for the vaccine. And within 3 weeks, vaccines should be delivered to local pharmacies and other locations. Again, if you missed that, within 3 weeks, vaccines should be delivered to local pharmacies and other locations. And that was in that news conference. Now, the vaccine was timed to arrive Monday morning, so the health workers would be available to receive the shots and begin giving them. That's from the Attorney General, Perna. Also, we found out that pilots and air traffic controllers could also receive the first doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. The Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA, has determined that pilots can receive the COVID-19 vaccine depending on the conditions of their FAA-issued airman certification. So, eligible air traffic controllers could also receive the vaccine, and the clearance is for specialized pilots and other professionals who perform safety-sensitive aviation duties. Thank you all for being here on News Now from Fox. We appreciate you being with us. on this Saturday. Again, the FDA authorizing emergency use of the Pfizer vaccine yesterday. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox, bringing you this raw, unfiltered, and nonstop stream with nonstop news as it becomes available. We were showing you live coverage earlier of Wisconsin Supreme Court hearings, hearing oral arguments on President Trump's lawsuit, and also now showing you some footage, the FDA authorizing emergency use of the Pfizer vaccine. And the U.S. Food and Drug Administration authorized Pfizer for emergency use on Friday, launching that epic vaccination campaign against the outbreak that has killed close to 300,000 Americans. Again, according to the Associated Press, this vaccine will begin arriving to states Monday morning, U.S. officials said Saturday. And this announcement comes after the vaccine won an endorsement of widespread use from an FDA panel of outside advisors on Thursday, one of the last hurdles before getting the shots to the public. And the White House Chief of Staff reportedly threatened the FDA head's job over vaccine approval. Now, the advisory panel on Thursday debated and picked apart the data in public on whether the vaccine is safe and effective enough to be cleared for emergency use. With unprecedented interest in the normal obscure panel, the FDA broadcasted the meeting via YouTube and thousands logged in to watch it. The FDA uncovered no major safety problems in its review of Pfizer's 44,000-person study, including no allergic reactions to the type reported in Britain. But such studies can't detect rare problems that might only affect a very small percent of the general population. And once again, the Associated Press said this morning that the vaccine will begin arriving in states Monday morning, and trucks will roll out Sunday morning as shipping companies UPS and FedEx begin delivering Pfizer's vaccines to nearly 150,000 locations. And another 450 sites will get the vaccine Tuesday and Wednesday. Again, thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. It has been an exciting last 24 hours. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration authorizing that emergency use of the Pfizer vaccine, and already in use in the UK, Canada, Bahrain, and Mexico, and will be dispersed within days to the United States to help curb the disease of the coronavirus. I want to take you out now to a press conference from earlier this morning that discussed vaccine authorization from the FDA. I'm going to play that out. Some of you will have a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming right here on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Thanks so much for being with us on this Saturday.
With science guiding our decision-making, the available safety and effectiveness data support the authorization of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine because the vaccine's known and potential benefits outweigh its known and potential risks. The data provided by the sponsor have met the FDA's expectations conveyed in our June and October guidance documents. Efforts to speed vaccine development have not sacrificed scientific standards or the integrity of our vaccine evaluation process. In making our emergency use authorization determination, the FDA can assure the public and medical community that we have conducted a thorough evaluation of the available safety, effectiveness, and manufacturing quality information. This achievement is ultimately a testament to the commitment of our career review staff who worked tirelessly to thoroughly evaluate the vaccine. The FDA is considered the gold standard regulator of medical products. The process that the FDA uses to review is respected worldwide because of a well-established history that the FDA has among the most rigorous and accurate review processes globally. And this is reflected in our outstanding record for getting things right in promoting and protecting public health. The amount of data submitted to the FDA included many hundreds of pages of written technical information and additional reams of tables, figures, and listings that were reviewed by experts from different disciplines, including physicians, biologists, chemists, statisticians, epidemiologists, and other professionals. In doing our review, we found efficiencies where we could without sacrificing our standards. Normally, the review process for a vaccine studied in tens of thousands of people takes months. We conducted this review in just a few weeks. These data, which included non-clinical data on the development of the vaccine in the laboratory, manufacturing data, and clinical trial data, were reviewed ahead of the Public Advisory Committee meeting to ensure robust public discussion with the independent experts the public saw this past Thursday. We also considered as part of our own review the Advisory Committee's recommendation, with most members voting that this product's known and potential risks.
Our work evaluating the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine does not end with this authorization. As we noted in our October emergency use authorization guidance, we expect vaccine sponsors to continue studying their vaccines to move to licensure, also referred to as approval. Additionally, for the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, the FDA is requiring that the sponsor conduct active follow-up for safety, including monitoring for any significant adverse events to inform the ongoing benefit-risk review and assessment of the vaccine. The FDA and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also collaborate to conduct extensive safety surveillance on an ongoing basis. Before we turn to the question and answer portion of this press conference, I want to end by noting that because of the suffering caused by this pandemic, FDA staff felt the responsibility to work through the review process with a sense of urgency while doing their jobs to ensure that any vaccine that is authorized meets our rigorous standards for safety and effectiveness that Americans and the world have come to expect. The FDA's review process means that Americans can trust and be confident in vaccines. Not just COVID-19 vaccines, but all vaccines reviewed by the FDA and available in the United States. FDA staff members are like your family. We're a diverse organization reflective of this country, including mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, sisters, brothers, and more. We know the pain that this country has gone through during the past year of the pandemic. That said, we also know that Americans put the utmost trust and confidence in our review process. We are humbled and privileged to be entrusted with this mission, and we're grateful to have helped in this achievement. We look forward to advancing additional vaccine candidates over the coming months. Thank you. And now I'll turn back to the moderator to begin questions and answers.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn and Dr. Marks. We will now turn to the question and answer portion of the call. As a reminder to journalists on the line, please unmute your line when prompted and ensure your camera is on. Our first question comes from Matt Perrone with the Associated Press.
Hi, doctors. Thanks for taking our questions this morning. I wanted to see if you could talk to us just a bit more about the contraindication in people with a history of allergic reactions. If I am, for example, one of the millions of Americans who say I have a food allergy, I carry an EpiPen with me, can I still go ahead and get this vaccine, or do I need to research all the ingredients, get more information about what's in it? And if so, how exactly would I do that?
Matt, I'm going to let Dr. Marks answer the technical part of that question, but you've highlighted a really important point, which is that the thoroughness of our scientific review, the delving into these issues, the line-by-line assessment of potential reactions, side effects of the vaccine, that's something that uniquely America's FDA does and is highlighted in the question that you asked, but also the discussion at the advisory committee. Dr. Marks?
So if you've had a history of allergic reactions, obviously you should tell your doctor about those. But the vaccine really is one that we're comfortable giving to patients who have had other allergic reactions besides those other than severe allergic reactions to a vaccine or one of its components. So obviously you'll need to tell your doctor if you've had allergic reactions. They'll help determine, knowing what's in the vaccine, if you might be allergic to one of those components. But we are making sure that sites where this vaccine is being administered have the ability to treat allergic reactions. And I just want to reassure the public that, you know, although there were these few reactions in Great Britain, these were not seen in the larger clinical trial data sets, and so we'll be monitoring very closely for them, but I think we still need to learn more, and that's why we'll be taking precautions.
As a reminder to the journalists online, please turn your cameras on when you are going to be asking a question and unmute your line. Our next question is from Lori McGinley of the Washington Post.
Good morning and congratulations to you all. Thank you for calling on me. It seems at this point that there are now some increasing supplies about the supply of the vaccine and getting enough vaccine shots out there to change the course of the pandemic as quickly as possible. Can you talk to us a bit about the challenges of ramping up production, the big scale up that has to happen, and whether you're concerned that there may be shortages in ingredients or equipment, especially for the mRNA vaccines, and what the FDA industry and the government are doing about those issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Really important question. As you know, FDA's role in this is as the independent regulator that reviews the science and the data behind an application. But we do work very closely with manufacturers on this issue, and we are aware that there are quite a few people in U.S. government who are working on the issue of increasing supply. Dr. Marks, do you want to talk about FDA's role with respect to supply chain?
Right. So we will work with our federal partners to help them identify potential capacity, potential supply that might help in the increased production of these vaccines. And that's something that has to be a collaborative effort here.
Thank you. Our next question is from Tom Burton with the Wall Street Journal. Tom?
There. Can you hear better now? Wait.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
My question has to do with the blinding issue and unblinding and the switchover issue. What's the current plan?
Hello everyone, thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. I want to take you out live to President Trump, who has an Army and Navy game. I'm going to play that out for you right here on News Now from Fox. Let's get a listen in. Right here. As soon as the national anthem concludes, we're moving back into the white on the sidelines.
Thank you. All right.
blessing on this day, on this game, on our land. Almighty God, creator and sustainer, here at the end of an incredibly difficult year, we stop for a moment to focus on the joy of America's game and ask your blessings. First, bless this day as we recognize it as a gift. We did not make the sun rise, we do not make the earth turn, but we see the light and we feel the wind. And we're thankful we're not enjoying the rain. Lord, for this gift of life, we thank you. Lord, bless this game. Here on this field of play, two teams will strive with all their might to win. But soon, in the days ahead, we may ask them to deploy to a field of battle. And in that day, serving together as one team, they will once again strive with all their might to win in defense of our nation. How thankful we are for the devotion displayed by these players on the field and by all in uniform who surround you from both academies. So, Lord, I pray that you keep them safe, bless their dedication, their discipline, and their sacrifice. And finally, Lord, bless this land. May we as a nation humbly learn the lesson that is being played before us by the cadets and midshipmen today. That we as a nation, even as we strive, are ultimately on one team. And that only through our dedication to the truth, only through our discipline to do what is right, and only through our sacrificial service to others, can we ever hope to win over the challenges that may lie before us. And so, Lord, bless this day, bless this game, and Lord, God bless America. Amen.
And now, please remain standing for the presentation of our nation's colors and performance of our national anthem, performed jointly today by the Glee Clubs of the United States Military Academy and the United States Naval Academy.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming,
whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous
direct your attention to midfield for today's coin toss. And welcome from Army Sideline, Acting Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Chris C. Miller. Secretary of the Army, the Honorable Ryan D. McCarthy. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark A. Milley. Chief of Staff of the Army, General James C. McConville. Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael Brinston. United States Military Academy Superintendent, Lieutenant General Darrell A. Williams. And United States Military Academy Command Sergeant Major Michael Coffey. From Navy Sideline, Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable Kenneth Braithwaite. General David H. Berger. Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Michael Mike Gilday. Senior Advisor to the Chairman, Ramon C.Z. Colon Lopez. Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, Troy E. Black. Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy, Russell L. Smith. United States Naval Academy Superintendent, Vice Admiral Sean Buck. United States Naval Academy Command Master Chief, Kareem Cole. And for today's coin toss, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Captains, welcome to the 121st playing of the Army-Navy game. My name is Dwayne Haight. This is Tim Echo of the Atlantic Coast Conference. Joining us today is a very special guest. It is my honor to introduce the Commander-in-Chief and President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. Today's coin toss. We have a special point for today's game. On one side is the Army-Navy logo. That represents heads. On the other side is the site of today's game, Mickey Stadium. That represents tails. Navy, what is our selection? Tails is called. Mr. President, can you do us the honor? It is tails.
Let's go.
Time on the keeper. 2-yard pickup for the Black Knights. Tackled by John Marshall of Navy. Second and 8 from the 27-yard line.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox, bringing you that raw, unfiltered, and nonstop stream. I'm Stephanie Weaver. That was President Trump attending an Army-Navy game, and also the FDA today having that press conference that we showed you just a little bit ago, discussing the new COVID-19 vaccine. I'm going to play that out again for you, but as we do here on News Now from Fox, bring you raw, unfiltered, and live news once it becomes available. So every time we do see something live, we're going to try to pop into it for you, just like we did right there. But we appreciate you being here with us on this Saturday on News Now from Fox, wherever you're watching from across the country. We appreciate you being here with us. Let me know if you are on the YouTube stream. Let me know where you're watching from. But we appreciate you being here on News Now from Fox. Again, a very busy last 24 hours as the U.S. Food and Drug Administration authorized the Pfizer coronavirus vaccine for emergency use authorization on Friday. And this vaccine has already been authorized for use in the UK and Canada and in Mexico. So this is the hope that when it comes to the United States, that it will be dispersed as soon as Monday. And that's coming from the Associated Press. So I'm going to take you back out to the FDA press conference discussing this new COVID-19 vaccine from Pfizer. Some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming with us here on News Now from Fox.
Achievement of vaccine development made in less than a year's time. With science guiding our decision-making, the available safety and effectiveness data support the authorization of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine because the vaccine's known and potential benefits outweigh its known and potential risks. The data provided by the sponsor have met the FDA's expectations conveyed in our June and October guidance documents. Efforts to speed vaccine development have not sacrificed scientific standards or the integrity of our vaccine evaluation process. In making our emergency use authorization determination, the FDA can assure the public and medical community that we have conducted a thorough evaluation of the available safety, effectiveness, and manufacturing quality information. This achievement is ultimately a testament to the commitment of our career review staff who worked tirelessly to thoroughly evaluate the vaccine. The FDA is considered the gold standard regulator of medical products. The process that the FDA uses to review is respected worldwide because of a well-established history that the FDA has among the most rigorous and accurate review processes globally. And this is reflected in our outstanding record for getting things right in promoting and protecting public health. The amount of data submitted to the FDA included many hundreds of pages of written technical information and additional reams of tables, figures, and listings that were reviewed by experts from different disciplines, including physicians, biologists, chemists, statisticians, epidemiologists, and other professionals. In doing our review, we found deficiencies where we could without sacrificing our standards. Normally, the review process for a vaccine studied in tens of thousands of people takes months. We conducted this review in just a few weeks. These data, which included non-clinical data on the development of the vaccine in the laboratory, manufacturing data, and clinical trial data, were reviewed ahead of the Public Advisory Committee meeting to ensure robust public discussion with the independent experts the public saw this past Thursday. We also considered as part of our own review the Advisory Committee's recommendation, with most members voting that this product's known and potential benefits outweigh its known and potential risks. Our work evaluating the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine does not end with this authorization. As we noted in our October emergency use authorization guidance, we expect vaccine sponsors to continue studying their vaccines to move to licensure, also referred to as approval. Additionally, for the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, the FDA is requiring that the sponsor conduct active follow-up for safety, including monitoring for any significant adverse events to inform the ongoing benefit-risk review and assessment of the vaccine. The FDA and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will also collaborate to conduct extensive safety surveillance on an ongoing basis. Before we turn to the question and answer portion of this press conference, I want to end by noting that because of the suffering caused by this pandemic, FDA staff felt the responsibility to work through the review process with a sense of urgency while doing their jobs to ensure that any vaccine that is authorized meets our rigorous standards for safety and effectiveness that Americans and the world have come to expect. The FDA's review process means that Americans can trust and be confident in vaccines. Not just COVID-19 vaccines, but all vaccines reviewed by the FDA and available in the United States. FDA staff members are like your family. We're a diverse organization reflective of this country, including mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, sisters, brothers, and more. We know the pain that this country has gone through during the past year of the pandemic. That said, we also know that Americans put the utmost trust and confidence in our review process. We are humbled and privileged to be entrusted with this mission, and we're grateful to have helped in this achievement. We look forward to advancing additional vaccine candidates over the coming months. Thank you. And now I'll turn back to the moderator to begin questions and answers.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn and Dr. Marks. We will now turn to the question and answer portion of the call. As a reminder to journalists on the line, please unmute your line when prompted and ensure your camera is on. Our first question comes from Matt Perrone with the Associated Press.
Hi, doctors. Thanks for taking our questions this morning. I wanted to see if you could talk to us just a bit more about the contraindication in people with a history of allergic reactions. If I am, for example, one of the millions of Americans who say I have a food allergy, I carry an EpiPen with me, can I still go ahead and get this vaccine, or do I need to research all the ingredients, get more information about what's in it? And if so, how exactly would I do that?
Matt, I'm going to let Dr. Marks answer the technical part of that question, but you've highlighted a really important point, which is that the thoroughness of our scientific review, the delving into these issues, the line-by-line assessment of potential reaction side effects to the vaccine, that's something that uniquely America's FDA does and is highlighted in the question that you asked, but also the discussion at the advisory committee. Dr. Marks?
So if you've had a history of allergic reactions, obviously you should tell your doctor about those, but the vaccine really is one that we're comfortable giving to patients who have had other allergic reactions besides those other than severe allergic reactions to a vaccine or one of its components. So obviously you'll need to tell your doctor if you've had allergic reactions. They'll help determine, knowing what's in the vaccine, if you might be allergic to one of those components. But we are making sure that sites where this vaccine is being administered have the ability to treat allergic reactions. And I just want to reassure the public that, although there were these few reactions in Great Britain, these were not seen in the larger clinical trial data sets, and so we'll be monitoring very closely for them, but I think we still need to learn more, and that's why we'll be taking precautions.
As a reminder to the journalists online, please turn your cameras on when you are going to be asking a question and unmute your line. Our next question is from Lori McGinley of the Washington Post.
Good morning and congratulations to you all. Thank you for calling on me. It seems at this point that there are now some increasing supplies about the supply of the vaccine and getting enough vaccine shots out there to change the course of the pandemic as quickly as possible. Can you talk to us a bit about the challenges of ramping up production, the big scale up that has to happen, and whether you're concerned that there may be shortages in ingredients or equipment, especially for the mRNA vaccines, and what the FDA, industry, and the government are doing about those issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Really important question. As you know, FDA's role in this is as the independent regulator that reviews the science and the data behind an application. But we do work very closely with manufacturers on this issue, and we are aware that there are quite a few people in U.S. government who are working on the issue of increasing supply. Dr. Marks, do you want to talk about FDA's role with respect to supply chain?
Right. So we will work with our federal partners to help them identify potential capacity, potential supply that might help in the increased production of these vaccines. And that's something that has to be a collaborative effort here.
Thank you. Our next question is from Tom Burton with the Wall Street Journal. Tom?
There. Can you hear better now? Wait.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
My question has to do with the blinding issue and unblinding and the switchover issue. What's the current plan both for how patients who got the placebo may be allowed to switch over? Will they all be allowed to switch over? And if so, how do you all ensure that you get the largest set of safety data possible?
Tom, really an important question, and as you know, at the Vaccine Advisory Committee, this was a significant topic of conversation. Dr. Marks, can you just speak to this agency's current thoughts on this?
So we obviously are discussing with each manufacturer their plans. In this case, for Pfizer, the plan, I think, is to allow those who received the vaccine to find out what they received, and if they received placebo, to ask to potentially be vaccinated along with the group that would be appropriate as vaccines are distributed. We believe that we'll have a reasonable data set that will come from that. And obviously right now in the United States, we have to balance the amount of blinded data that we receive with the need to protect people from a pandemic that's taking thousands of lives daily.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Kieran Stacey from Financial Times.
Thank you. I wanted to know whether you'd considered attaching additional warnings regarding allergies. Obviously, you have these warnings regarding the particular ingredients in the vaccine itself, but did you consider putting other allergic warnings on the fact sheet at all?
Dr. Marks?
So we actually considered the potential allergic reactions pretty carefully here. And one has to be careful based on and look at the data that one has in hand, because it turns out about 1.6% of the population has had a severe allergic reaction of some sort or another to a food or some environmental aspect. And we would really not like to have that many people not be able to receive the vaccine. So we looked very closely at the databases, and we feel comfortable and that we're telling people that unless they've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or one of its components, they can receive it. Now, we'll obviously be monitoring. We have very good safety surveillance systems in place in conjunction with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and we may have to modify things as we move forward. But for right now, we're comfortable with this, and the extra piece of this is that centers will have the ability to treat allergic reactions. I think that's an extra precaution.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Anna Edney with Bloomberg.
Good morning. You guys have mentioned this, and obviously the FDA has, worked night and day and really hard to get this EUA completed. I wonder if you learned anything during the process that might change the next applications that come in for an EUA, whether anything might accelerate or change as we look forward to Moderna and other vaccines.
This is a really important point you're making. I can assure the American public that one thing that won't change is the thoroughness of our scientific review. As you can see by some of the questions around allergies, the thoroughness of our review really got to the heart of that issue. We had a very vigorous discussion at the VRBAC meeting. So transparency and thoroughness of scientific review, very, very important. We are in the process of doing a look back, and hopefully we'll have some answers with that fairly soon about what FDA's response has been like, including the use of emergency use authorizations. And our intention is to learn the lessons, because FDA is a learning organization. Keep many of the things that worked well, learn from the challenges, and try to do absolute best job that we can for the American people moving forward. So that's our promise to everyone.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Michael Ehrman from Reuters.
Hi, thank you. With supply constraints, there's been discussion about possibly maximizing the number of people who can receive their first dose rather than holding back doses to guarantee a second dose. What's FDA's position on this?
So you understand what we put in the letter of authorization and the conditions of use. We stand by those recommendations. The question that you're asking, the heart of that question really should be referred to those who are distributing and making recommendations about prioritization. But I would like Dr. Marks to answer the issue potentially about 1 versus 2 dose, so that he can certainly clarify what the FDA stance is on that.
So thanks. There's been a lot of noise in the press about 1 versus 2 doses. And the way the regimen was studied was that everyone ultimately, or almost everyone, received 2 doses of the vaccine. So we only know how people were protected with 2 doses of the vaccine, and that duration of protection that we've seen so far relates to having 2 doses of the vaccine. We spent so much time carefully reviewing the data and basing our decisions on science, right, that it seems pretty foolhardy to just conjecture that 1 dose might be okay without knowing. And so at least from the FDA perspective, we would be recommending that people complete the 2-dose series, so we actually know that they're truly protected at the rate of approximately 95% of efficacy that was reported.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Nick Florco with Stat News.
Hi, so thanks so much for doing this. Dr. Marks, you had previously warned that it could take several weeks or several days or even a few weeks to greenlight an EUA. And that was, as I understand it, after the Pfizer EUA had been submitted. I guess I'm wondering what changed that this got out so quickly after the VRBAC meeting. And for Dr. Hahn, just to address sort of the elephant in the room, did the White House's threats to fire you have any impact on the FDA's decision to get this out quickly? Thanks.
Well, I'll answer first, Nick. First of all, the representations in the press that I was threatened to be fired if we didn't get it done by a certain date is inaccurate. So just want to put that on the record, and I've been clear with that in our response to those press reports. Secondly, Dr. Marks and I have been very clear from the beginning that we're going to maintain the integrity of the scientific process. We're going to let our scientists do their job and review and go through the thoroughness of that review, the gold standard, if you will. So we've done that. But we also recognize the urgency of the situation. And so we've said repeatedly, we will work as quickly as we can to come to a decision. And that's what we did. As been reported, our team, the scientists, met after the VRBPAC meeting. They did come to the conclusion that the vaccine did meet our standard for effectiveness and safety. And as you know, before 7 a.m. on Friday, we issued a statement saying that we were working with the sponsor to move toward authorization. And again, our incredible team, heroic efforts, night and day worked to get this done and out the door, and I think did a superb job. And I'm really proud of their efforts because we understand the urgency of the situation. As Dr. Marks said, thousands of people are dying a day.
Our next question comes from Meg Carroll with CNBC.
Well, thank you. I was wondering if you guys could talk a little bit more about the special groups and considerations for people like pregnant and breastfeeding women and people who are on immunosuppressive therapies. How did you consider the recommendations for those groups, especially considering they were not included in the trials?
I'm going to start off and sound like a broken record, but this gets to the heart of the thoroughness of our review, the line-by-line assessment of the safety and the effectiveness of the vaccine, because these questions are very important to providers and all Americans. Dr. Marks, maybe the specifics?
Yeah, so there were not enough pregnant women in the trials, or women who became pregnant in the trials, to actually know and make any statement about that. So for pregnant women, for that matter, for children, younger children, we don't have data at this point. But for pregnant women and the immunocompromised at this point, it will be something that providers will need to consider on an individual basis for patients or for people.
Thank you. Next question comes from Carl Zimmer with New York Times.
Yes, hi. I would like to know, are you going to require that AstraZeneca finish its phase 3 clinical trial in the United States, which is only currently half enrolled, although that means, according to AstraZeneca, that they can't apply for an EUA until June, and that will affect the supply of vaccines in the United States?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's one where I can't speak to a product that's under development.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Hannah Coulter with Financial Times.
Hi, I just want to follow up on what Meg asked there. What advice would you give a doctor if a pregnant woman asks for the vaccine? What should they be considering?
Dr. Marks.
So I think this is one where I think you'd want to have it's from a provider to an individual, a consideration of the potential benefits and the potential risks, what we don't know about the vaccine versus what we do. And I think then if that conversation happens, I think the provider and that individual can make a decision about whether the benefits outweigh the risk, because certainly COVID-19 in a pregnant woman is not a good thing. So someone might decide that they would like to be vaccinated. But that's not, again, that's not something that we're recommending at this time. That's something we're leaving up to the individual.
And just to follow up further on that question, it's, again, getting back to our review and what we put in the documents out for the American people and providers, that level of detail to provide as much information supported by data and science to providers so that they can counsel patients and that patients are aware of the issues is so critically important. It's one thing that the US FDA uniquely does.
Thank you. Next question from Ryan Gabrielson with ProPublica.
Thanks for taking my question. To what extent has the FDA done on-site inspections of Pfizer's manufacturing sites? And has the process for this vaccine differed from past reviews?
To sort of give you an overview of the inspection process, we have a lot of different tools in the toolbox to ensure the quality and safety, and the fact that every lot of a vaccine, for example, or any medical product would meet our incredibly high standards. So we have a lot of tools at our disposal which we have used. And Dr. Marks, I don't know if you want to give more specifics.
Yeah, so for an emergency use authorization, we are not required to do the type of site inspections that we would for a biologics license application and a fully approved vaccine. That said, we relied on a combination of tools to ensure that we are very confident that these vaccines are being made in a manner that is consistent with the high quality that Americans have come to expect from vaccines taken to prevent disease.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Karen Weintraub with USA Today.
Hi, thanks so much for doing this. I was wondering if you would talk a little bit about the 16 and 17-year-old age group. I know there was a lot of discussion the other day. What can we say to parents to reassure them that their teenager is safe getting this vaccine?
Dr. Marks?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, because there was, as you might realize, as you might have noted, some debate about that at our advisory committee meeting. And that's one of those places where we at FDA have a fair amount of history, some of which hasn't been in the public domain because we approve a lot of vaccines in the pediatric age range. And we're very used to extrapolating from adults or from older children into younger children. And based on everything we saw from looking at the data, we're very comfortable that the safety profile that was observed in 17 and 16-year-olds was acceptable. And although it wasn't quite as large as you might have seen in other groups, there was enough there to make us comfortable that the known and potential benefits outweigh the known and potential risks. After all, although what was said by some, 16 and 17-year-olds, they don't get really sick with COVID-19 very often, although I think if you're the parent of a child who does get sick and die from it, that you might be pretty upset. On the other hand, they are able to transmit quite easily if they're asymptomatic, as we've learned. And since some of those 16 and 17-year-olds, at least that I know of, are out there as checkout people or interacting with communities, it may be wise that we are able to vaccinate them. So we think the known and potential benefits outweigh the known and potential risks.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Rachel Robin from Politico.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my question. I wanted to follow up on the allergic reactions. I think you mentioned that those sites would be able to handle an allergic reaction. Is there any specific equipment that's required of them, and is that something that they all already have the capacity to do, or could that limit the number of stuff? Thank you.
So I'm happy to take that one. So the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which is helping with the vaccine rollout, is making sure that all sites have the basic supplies to take care of an allergic reaction. Those things include things like an epinephrine pen, diphenhydramine, also known by the brand name of Benadryl, and potentially a steroid called hydrocortisone. They'll make sure that those are available at sites giving the vaccine. They're basic equipment to have, and the idea is that will be present at all of the sites in order to take care of a potential issue. Hopefully, it'll just be there as a safety precaution.
Our next question comes from Emily Kopp with Roll Call.
Hi, I'm hoping you can explain for a general audience what efficiencies in the process helped this move along so quickly. Someone referenced not doing on-site inspections, but what else did FDA do to speed this along?
Well, again, let me be clear. We did not cut corners in our regulatory process. Dr. Marks and I and his team have been talking about this since the spring and early summer. As you know, we put out guidances in June as well as October around this, and we've been working with developers of vaccines from the very beginning, helping them sort of expedite the clinical and preclinical development process. So all hands on deck from Dr. Marks's team and the agency with respect to this from the very beginning, allowing for a seamless development process which helped in the development of the vaccine, and then working very closely with the manufacturers and sponsors as they gathered the data and they decided to make an application. Dr. Marks and his team are to be congratulated for their heroic efforts because they had all hands on deck, had a lot of resources at their disposal, and worked night and day to get through this process in these applications. And there were a significant amount of efficiencies in those steps, including working closely with our U.S. government partners when appropriate. So really a major effort by all of the agency, but in particular Dr. Marks's center.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Peter Aitken with Fox News.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my question. You said there's going to be follow-up with safety and further reviews after the emergency use. If there was a potentially problematic complication that arose, what would the process be to handle that kind of issue?
I'm going to ask Dr. Marks to talk about the specifics around the follow-up with respect to the EUA, the authorization, but just to put a finer point on the question, from our perspective, we, in our guidances, really insisted upon the fact that there would be a very rigorous follow-up safety surveillance system, and Dr. Marks and his team have worked with other government partners, most notably the Centers for Disease Control, to help institute that. But I think Dr. Marks can answer specifically what might happen moving forward.
Yeah. So the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the FDA will be essentially we've now launched a continual process where we would be looking at safety events. And if we see something that rises to the place where the public needs to know about it, we're going to communicate it. We're going to communicate it once we know enough about it to be able to communicate coherently on it. But we will pursue finding out about such things with due diligence so that we can get the word out there as quickly as possible. So it will be a combined effort, and it will be an ongoing effort, and quite a large one as we see more and more people vaccinated.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Lauren Mascarenhas with CNN.
Hi, are you worried that the appearance of pressure on this process will impact people's willingness to get a vaccine, and are you working to counteract that in any way?
So the agency is very concerned about vaccine hesitancy. We are also aware that some feel that the speed with which this development and then regulatory process took place might give them concerns about the vaccine. But it's why we were very transparent. And Lauren, the way we've addressed this is to, number one, be very clear about the data and the science we would need, as Dr. Marks said in his opening remarks, to make a decision. Be very clear from the beginning what our processes would be, including having an open and transparent discussion, as we did with the VRBAC meeting on the 10th of December, and following through on that. And then being very clear after a decision was made about the data and the science and the rationale behind a decision, as well as giving a very detailed description of what providers and people who receive the vaccine would need to have. So yes, it's a concern. We will continue. Dr. Marks and I have been meeting with many stakeholders, certainly with the press as well, to address any concerns that arise and to be very clear and transparent about the processes and the science and the data. We believe that transparency, as well as the rigorous scientific review that we've done, goes a long way to providing confidence and trust for the American people and FDA and this vaccine.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Alicia Auld with Medscape.
Yes, hi. I wanted to ask you, given your remark, Dr. Marks, about vaccinating teens to prevent transmission, when will we know more about how the vaccine might impact viral shedding and transmission?
So it may take a few months before we start to have those data. Additional studies will be done, both clinical trials and observational studies that will help give us those data. Right now, we have to extrapolate what might happen from animal studies, so we'd like to have human data as quickly as possible. Those studies are going to be conducted during the coming months.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Drew Armstrong with Bloomberg.
Hi, I'm wondering what data transparency FDA can commit to in terms of how and when you'll be reporting any information on vaccination numbers or side effect profiles, any kind of real-time data the agency will be doing and making available to the public in addition to your study and then reporting that you would normally do on any kind of product like this.
Dr. Marks?
So the CDC and FDA are going to work together, as I've mentioned, and we have a website here that will post the types of surveillance that we're doing, that will post the types of surveillance studies. We have about 20 adverse events that we'll be looking for on an ongoing basis. If there's any signals in those, we will post those. Our goal here is to make sure that people know that we're doing our jobs to make sure that we look out for possible adverse events so that they feel comfortable rolling up their sleeve and taking the vaccine.
And Drew, you may have seen our statement, my statement from a couple weeks ago regarding transparency in the agency and EUAs. And we have made a strong commitment, our center directors and myself, to being transparent about it. We realize that is something that we will continue and need to continue to do during this pandemic, because that helps build trust and confidence in our processes and our decision making.
Thank you. Our last question is from Meg Terrell with CNBC.
Thank you for giving me two. I'm just wondering about the delicate handling requirements of this vaccine. We've dedicated a lot of airtime and ink to the cold temperatures with which it has to be stored, the fact that it can only be out of the freezer for a minute, transferring it from the box to the deep freezer. Personally, my own doctor has even said she's nervous about this vaccine because it requires such delicate handling. So how convinced are you that every site will do this perfectly every time? There will be no degradation of the vaccine. And what do you want to tell the public about that?
So I'm going to let Dr. Marks talk about the specifics, but really important point, because folks may not know, this is a core responsibility of the FDA to understand the conditions under which a product might be used and how it be used. And so this is something that our team has spent a lot of time looking at. Dr. Marks?
So we put forward the conditions that need to be adhered to. We try to make it very clear in the labeling, in this case in the provider information sheet, how the vaccine will be handled. And I know that our colleagues at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Operation Warp Speed folks are making sure that things are in place to make sure that the cold chain is maintained. Now, once the vaccine, there is this bit of subtlety here that the vaccine needs to be stored at very, very cold temperatures. Once it's thawed, it can be kept in a regular refrigerator for a number of days. But we're pretty convinced that we can make this happen here. We've seen cold chains maintained in locations that are pretty rural or pretty rough. For instance, with vaccination campaigns in Africa. So we're hopeful that this is going to work out.
Well, thank you for joining us here today and participating in this press conference around the FDA's authorization of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. We invite you to visit our website at fda.gov for more information about the authorization. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. It appears that cut out of the feed, but I do want to do this because this is a good segue. Fox Los Angeles spoke with a doctor about the Pfizer vaccine. I'm going to play that out in full for you. Some of you will have a quick commercial break and the rest of you will continue streaming with us right here on News Now from Fox. Happy Saturday, everyone.
All eyes are on the UK this morning as it begins its vaccine rollout. Here in the United States, Americans could start getting the COVID-19 vaccine as early as Friday, a select limited group. What do we need to know? You have a lot of questions. I know I do. How safe is it? How long does it last? We heard all of your questions, and so we invited Dr. Budiga, a board-certified immunologist, to help us get some answers. Dr. Budiga, thank you so much. I'm sure your own family and friends are peppering you with questions about this vaccine, so I appreciate you indulging us here. I think the biggest question right off the bat is people are anxious already, right? We're in 2020. Nothing would surprise us. There's a lot of anxiety surrounding the disease itself, and I think there are people that are anxious about the vaccine. Is it safe?
Well, as a board-certified immunologist, I've been speaking to my patients every day. I get this question so often, and they are very anxious and fearful, actually, of this coronavirus vaccine, the new vaccine. But my job is to demystify those and try to explain how safe and effective it is. Almost about 94–95% effective to all the population in terms of the subject that we're tested with. So I'm really excited to hear that the FDA will be giving, most likely will be giving approval in, 2 days.
Okay, well, that's the news we're hoping for. How is it administered? You get one shot and then there's a second shot?
Yeah, it's administered in a series of 2 doses. The first is the prime dose, and the second is the booster dose. And they're either 3 weeks apart or 4 weeks apart, depending on the type, whether it's Moderna or Pfizer. But both work in the same platform, a new technology platform known as the mRNA platform.
Will you feel icky after getting the shot, or will you feel any side effects?
Some of the known side effects are arm soreness, and fatigue has been reported, as well as in some cases fever, headache, joint pain, and muscle pain. These are the common, among at least 2 to 9% of the population have reported, of the testing volunteers had reported these.
Our viewers have all sorts of questions, and so I'm going to ask a couple on behalf of them. This is from Cuban Pete on Twitter. He asks, if the vaccine takes 2 doses, could I still contract the virus between doses?
Oh, that's an excellent question. And the short answer is yes, you still can contract coronavirus in between those 2 doses. That's why it's very important to get the prime dose. The prime dose gives only, it primes your immune system, but you're still, it's not completely effective at that time. That's why it's very important to get the booster dose within 3 to 4 weeks, and then you would have almost 95% effective.
Excellent.
Effectiveness.
This is from Jennifer Cooper, who watches us on Facebook. Thank you for that. If you already had COVID, do you still need the vaccine?
Yes, definitely. They do need, everybody should be getting the vaccine, whether you had COVID or did not have COVID or been exposed to COVID. I get this question always among my patients because there's a false sense of security among my patients or who have been exposed, saying, oh yeah, I'm immune now, but that's not true. The only way you get immunity is please get the vaccination.
Will you have to get this shot every year like a flu shot? This is from Colleen Mills, who writes on Facebook.
That's a great question too. We don't know at this time because this is a new platform. As far as we know, the injection, the dose given gives us probably about 4 to 5 months of protection, but we're going to learn as we go along the way, and which is coming. We're going to see this in the arms of all Americans by Friday.
Okay, and the last question from a very avid watcher, Michaela, she has a front row seat to this show, is if you get the vaccination, the primer and the booster, can you still carry the virus and transmit it to other people?
Very good question. Yes, you can still, that's why it's very, very important that we still follow the safety guidelines of mitigation, social distancing, as well as the mask. Because even if we get the vaccination at this point, you may carry a certain load within your nasopharyngeal, in your nasal passages as well as your throat, but not as much as the viral dose that you would get if you were not vaccinated. So it's a safe vaccine, and I think as we follow, as soon as you get the vaccine, you still have to follow the guidelines of mitigation, social distancing, and all that. And if we do that, we will see the numbers go down drastically.
Okay, we need that.
See the light of the
Dr. Praveen Badiga, thank you so much for taking our questions. We appreciate it. I have a feeling we'll have to do a second round of these again because this is useful information. Good to see you. Thank you so much, and stay safe, doctor.
I appreciate you having me.
Absolutely.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here on News and Now from Fox. It has been a busy 24 hours discussing the new vaccine that has been approved by the FDA, the Pfizer vaccine, in fact. And we were just listening to a doctor giving some information about the Pfizer vaccine that was recorded on by Fox Los Angeles on Wednesday. And then this morning, we also watched that press conference by the FDA talking about this new vaccine. I'm going to switch gears now. I'm going to go politics, and I'm going to go out to Biden's cabinet picks from yesterday. Some of you will have a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming with us right here on News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Before I make my announcements today, I want to say a few words about the COVID crisis. This week marked another tragic milestone in our fight against COVID-19. More than 3,000 deaths in one single day, the highest single death count during this pandemic. That's more deaths in a single day than we saw on 9/11 or at Pearl Harbor. This is serious business. And the current director of the CDC said yesterday, we can expect the similar numbers of deaths or more every single day for the next 60 to 90 days. We're in the teeth of a crisis right now. And this nation needs presidential leadership right now. Presidential leadership that is willing to model the steps we should be taking to save our own lives and lives of our families. You know, we can wish this away, but we have to face it head on. We have to take it head on. Using every power available to me as president, we'll have a national coordinated strategy that will beat this virus. You know, and as tough as things are now, I firmly believe better days are ahead. We've got some good news yesterday. The FDA committee recommended emergency use authorization for Pfizer's BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. But we're grateful for the scientists at these, not only there, but other great organizations, researchers who developed this vaccine and several others on the way. And we're just as grateful to the scientists and the public experts who evaluated its safety and efficiency free from political influence. I want to make it clear to the public, you should have confidence in this. There is no political influence. These are first-rate scientists taking their time looking at all of the elements that need to be looked at. Scientific integrity led us to this point. We know the immense challenges and hard work ahead. Earlier this week, I announced our COVID response team that'll scale up the manufacturing, distribution, and injection of the vaccine. We set a bold and doable challenge in my first 100 days. 100 million shots in 100 days. Asking the American people to wear masks for the first 100 days of our administration. And if we get the necessary funding from Congress, We can get most of our schools open in 100 days, but we need the help from the Congress and the funding. The first 100 days won't end the COVID-19, but meeting those goals can slow the spread, save lives, and get us back to our lives with the people we love the most. And we'll also be getting the right people confirmed during this period of time and in place to manage this robust, aggressive plan to contain the virus, help us build back better than ever, and make sure everyone is included. Now, today, I'm really pleased to add members to my team that will get the job done. In addition to the pandemic's grim milestone, the economic crisis has left millions of Americans out of work, without a paycheck, without health insurance, unable to put enough food on the table, literally unable to put food on the table, and unsure whether they can pay their rent for when the new year begins or make their mortgage payments. It's affecting everyone from farmers to students, seniors to veterans, in red states, blue states, small towns, and big cities. And that's why the Congress needs to act, and act now, on the COVID package. I spoke to my two friends who are still in the Congress, the Vice President and the soon-to-be Secretary of HUD. We have to get this done. They're pushing hard, but it doesn't look so good right now. But it has to get done before they go home. Millions and millions of Americans simply can't wait any longer. We shouldn't. We can't get bogged down in issues that don't help people. State and local governments need the help. Not only that, as I've said for months, we need to protect essential personnel like law enforcement, firefighters, to make sure everything is in place and effectively distribute the vaccine so that we can do that. This relief package won't be the total answer, even if it gets passed, but it's an important first step. There's so much we have to do. These crises have ripped the blinders right off the systemic racism that exists in America. The American people now can see clearly. Black, Latino, Native Americans, nearly 3 times more likely to die from COVID and more likely to get COVID to begin with. Black and Latino unemployment rates too large, too high. Communities of color are left to ask whether they'll ever be able to break the cycle, where in good times they lag, in bad times they're hit first and the hardest, and in recovery, they take the longest to bounce back. Vice President-elect Harris and I knew we'd have our work cut out for us when we got elected, but we also knew we could build a team that would meet this unique and challenging moment in American history. Some are familiar faces. Some are new in their roles. All are facing new circumstances and challenges. That's a good thing. They bring deep experience and bold new thinking. Above all, they know how government should and can work for all Americans. For Secretary of Agriculture, I nominate Tom Vilsack, an outstanding 2-term governor of Iowa, the best Secretary of Agriculture I believe this country's ever had. He was there when the Great Recession was pummeling rural America. Over 8 years, he oversaw a record-breaking investment to bring us back. He implemented the Recovery Act to help rural communities recover and rebuild. Tom helped expand markets around the world for American farmers. He improved our food safety standards and helped millions of children and families receive healthy meals. He wasn't anxious to come back. He wasn't looking for this job, but I was persistent. And I asked him to serve again in this role because he knows the USDA inside and out. He knows the government inside and out. We need that experience now. 1 in 6 Americans and a quarter of the children in America are facing hunger. The opioid crisis in rural America is a rural America crisis, as is the climate crisis with droughts, floods, wiping out crops in small towns. Farmers and small businesses, small towns, rural communities, white, black, Latino, are reeling from the pandemic and economic downturn. Tom knows the full range of resources available to this department to get immediate relief to those most in need and address the crises, the crises facing rural America. He knows how to build back better for all Americans. He helped develop my Rural Plan for America in the campaign, and he now has the dubious distinction of having to carry it out. It's a good plan. That includes making American agriculture the first in the world to achieve net zero emissions and create new sources of income for farmers in the process. By paying farmers to put their land in conservation, plant cover crops that use the soil to capture carbon, and it'll ensure that USDA promotes true racial equality and inclusion. He recognizes the history of discrimination and will root it out wherever it exists. I've known Tom for a long time, and I'm confident he'll get it done. For Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, I am really pleased to nominate Congresswoman Marcia Fudge, who I might add could do many jobs beyond the one I'm asking her to do. But I think the job I'm asking you to do, Congresswoman, is critically important to everything that the Vice President and I believe is how we're going to build back better. As a former mayor, she understands how to manage challenges and forge solutions at a local level. For 12 years in Congress, she's represented the great city of Cleveland. You know, though I think of her most significant political feat was being elected president of Deltas. I know from this state how powerful the Deltas are. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. She developed an entire career for fighting for working people on issues from affordable housing to urban revitalization. During the Great Recession, her district was hit hard by the housing crisis. She spent the past decade working to improve blighted neighborhoods, create safer, more affordable communities. She also understands where you live impacts on your health, access to education, jobs, and economic opportunity. Zip code should not determine the outcomes on all those issues. She's going to bring that same vision as HUD Secretary, using every lever at her disposal to help the millions of Americans facing evictions, trying to pay for their mortgages, find their way through this crisis. And I think you'll see that she's going to lead our charge to make housing more affordable and accessible. She'll work to increase home ownership as a means towards wealth generation, particularly for communities of color. It's not just dealing with the other issues. We have to be able to build wealth in communities of color. And she's also going to help us build back better by working across the ideological spectrum to fulfill the promise of HUD's mission. And here's what its mission is. It's often forgotten: to create strong, sustainable, inclusive communities and quality, affordable homes for all. End of quote. Marcia will be the first woman to lead HUD in more than 40 years and just the second black woman ever. I'm honored to have her serve and thank her for being willing to do it in the Biden-Harris administration at this critical moment in our nation's history. And for Secretary of Veterans Affairs, I nominate Dennis McDonough, former White House Chief of Staff, Deputy National Security Advisor, deep experience on Capitol Hill. I've known Dennis for a long time. He shares my belief that we have many obligations as a nation, but we have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip our troops that we send into harm's way, and then to care for them and their families when they return. He regularly traveled, as I did, to Iraq and Afghanistan to meet directly with our service members, to see what they were going through, to understand the strain and the impact on them and their families. He'd visit them, as I did often, at Walter Reed to see firsthand the visible and invisible wounds they brought home. He knows the cost of war on veterans and their families, from the toll on their physical and mental health to the access to good-paying jobs. And he's a fierce advocate and a relentless workhorse. And I believe, and I think everyone who's ever worked with him knows, he's a world-class manager with an innate understanding for how government can and must work for our veterans. He worked closely with our then VA Secretary Bob McDonnell and with the Congress to increase VA funding to ensure veterans to get the benefits they earned and they deserve. And by the way, he knows we have a very, very steep hill to climb in getting more funding, more docs, more psychiatric nurses, more folks out of the private sector into into the VA. That includes implementing Veterans Choice, a bill led by my friend Bernie Sanders and my late friend, American hero John McCain, and signed into law by President Obama in 2014 to help veterans access quality health care that they need when they need it. And in this role, I've given Dennis a clear mission: fight like hell. Fight like hell for our veterans and their families. And anyone who has worked with Dennis will tell you he'll move heaven and earth to fix any problem, to get a job done. He'll also work closely with our Secretary of Defense designee, Lloyd Austin, and the entire cabinet, and Jill as First Lady, to pull every lever to help us build back the VA better than ever. And Dennis, it's a family endeavor. His wife, Kari, leads a nonprofit that helps connect veterans and military families with local communities so they can help each other out and build a stronger country together. We're both our spouses feel incredibly strongly about this and have for some time. All the veterans and military families, nominating a VA secretary is one of the most important decisions I believe a president can make. And Dennis will always be there for you, I promise you, always fighting for you, as will the Vice President and I. For the United States Trade Representative, we've nominated Catherine Tai, a trusted trade expert, a dedicated public servant who knows government, and who spent her career leveling the playing field for American workers and their families. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. She currently serves as the chief lawyer on trade for the powerful House Ways and Means Committee. She earned praise from both lawmakers and both political parties, and from both labor and business as well. Now that's a feat across the board, but all kidding aside, I've gotten more calls complimenting me on your appointment than you can imagine. During the Obama-Biden administration, she was the chief trade enforcer against unfair trade practices by China, which will be a key priority in the Biden-Harris administration. She understands that we need a more strategic, to be considerably more strategic than we've been in how we trade, and that makes us all stronger, how we're made stronger by trade, one that leaves nobody behind. She's going to work closely with my economic and national security and foreign policy teams. Trade will be a critical pillar in our ability to build back better and carry out our foreign policy for the middle class. When I announced my candidacy, I talked about a foreign policy for the middle class, and I meant that in a literal sense. She also brings a sophisticated understanding of the threats of climate change to trade, as well as addresses the climate crisis with urgency. She also embodies a powerful immigration story of America. Her parents were both born in China. They moved to Taiwan and then came to the United States, where Catherine was born. Her parents became government scientists at Walter Reed and NIH, inspiring their daughter to pursue a career in public service. Catherine says she's the first American-born member of a family and a second-generation U.S. government servant. That's a great way of expressing it. If confirmed, she'd be the first Asian American and the first woman of color to serve in this position. And our nation, our economy, our workers, our businesses will be fortunate to have her serve in this role. As director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, I spent some time convincing this wonderful public servant, but I'm appointing Susan Rice, former United States Ambassador to the United Nations, former National Security Advisor to President Obama, former cabinet member, team player, policy heavyweight, through tough negotiator, and trusted and tested public servant, whom I've known for a long time, and not only admired, but become friends with. She'll lead and coordinate my critical domestic policy agenda. And she's going to elevate and turbocharge a revitalized Domestic Policy Council to help us build back better on every issue across the board. She'll work closely with my Director of National Economic Council, Brian Dees. She'll work closely with my National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, and the National Security Council Together, they'll align domestic policy, economic policy, and national security unlike ever before. This is a big and critical role. That's why I asked Susan to serve. She's been there. She knows what it takes, like she did in helping mobilize the entire federal government to end the Ebola crisis. And her voice is particularly needed at this critical moment. A granddaughter of immigrants, a descendant of enslaved people, Susan will be an effective and tireless champion for all Americans. And she knows I'm really thrilled she was willing to come back, be at my side in the White House. To each of you on this team, you have my gratitude, the gratitude of the Vice President and me for answering the call to serve again. To your families, thank you. We know the sacrifice you're making to allow your family member to serve as they are going to, God willing. And to career civil servants at these agencies, we look forward to working with you because we know how many talented people are there. It's time to rededicate ourselves to the mission our government agencies were entrusted with. And to the American people, help is on the way. I promise we're not going to let you down. May God bless you and may God protect our troops. And now I'm going to turn this over to the team, starting with our next Secretary of Agriculture, Tom Vilsack. Tom, thank you. Podium's yours. I guess they're going to clean it up a little bit.
Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, I'm honored by the trust that you've placed in me to return to the vital work of the USDA at a very critical moment for so many families and communities throughout America. And to begin that work by embracing the full benefits of a diverse and inclusive senior leadership team in the department, as I was proud to do in my previous tenure. And to continue the important work of rooting out inequities and systemic racism in the systems we govern and the programs we lead. When Abraham Lincoln established the Department of Agriculture, he called it the People's Department. I look forward to making good on that moniker for all people as we build back better. I happen to be celebrating a birthday on Sunday, one of those round numbers that causes you to reflect on your life. Thinking back on the path of my life, where it began in an orphanage in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to Iowa, where my incredible wife Christy and I raised our family and the home we've made there, to standing here today, being given a chance to serve our country once again. I feel enormously lucky and grateful to live in a country where paths like mine are possible. A country, as the President-elect often says, is defined by possibilities. But unfortunately and tragically, not all have experienced those possibilities. So I consider it my duty and my responsibility to help expand those possibilities for all Americans at the USDA. Now, I know firsthand the character of the dedicated public servants who work hard each and every day to fulfill the mission of that department. And I'm especially grateful for the chance to get back to work alongside them. One of our first charges will need to be to contribute all we can as a department to aid in the pandemic response, reviving rural communities and economies, addressing dire food shortages, and getting workers and producers the relief they need to hang on and to come back stronger. When we emerge from this crisis, we're going to have an incredible opportunity before us to position American agriculture to lead our nation and the world in combating climate change and reaping the new, good-paying jobs and farm income that will come from that leadership. to make landmark investments in communities throughout rural America, especially those mired in poverty for far too long, by adopting the 10-20-30 rule of Congressman Jim Clyburn that sets aside 10% of federal funding to communities where 20% of people have been caught beneath the poverty line for 30 years or more, and to ensure that every child in our country and all those who are in need have access to safe, affordable, and nutritious food. We need to build back a vibrant and resilient rural economy that creates new possibilities for manufacturing workers, for family forest owners, for farmers, ranchers, and producers, that helps to make life better and richer for them and safer for all of us. And under my watch, the USDA will be a team player, working with our sister agencies to advance issues of shared interest, from rebuilding our infrastructure to fixing a broken immigration system to combating and fighting the opioid crisis. I look forward to pursuing that work on behalf of the American people, and especially those who live, work, and raise their families in rural America. And I will end by expressing my profound gratitude to the President-elect and Vice President-elect for this amazing opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Mr. President-elect, my good friend, Madam Vice President-elect, to my family, my friends, my sorority sisters, my constituents all, I thank you for the opportunity to join this remarkable team and work on behalf of people in every city and community, to serve all those who are struggling and looking for the fair shot we all deserve. When I think about the enormity of the task ahead of us, I am reminded of the book of Matthew, where it is written, "Foxes have holes, birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head." There is dignity and there is grace within every woman, every man, and every child in this nation, including those who live on the outskirts of hope, those who work hard but still struggle to make it work, and those who have no place to lay their head. It is one of the highest responsibilities of our government to see them, to see their dignity, and to lift them up. I remember the feeling I had as a kid of the safety, security, and peace of mind contained in one word, home. I remember the comfort of knowing that no matter what happened, I could always go home. But far too many Americans live without that feeling. More and more have had that comfort ripped away. The crisis of a pandemic that has threatened their lives, the crisis of a recession that has swallowed up jobs, hours, wages, and lifelines, the crisis of injustice that has forced communities of color to make it in America with one dream tied behind their back. Each crisis chips away at their hope, at the promise of our nation. But I believe that hope is on the way, because I know that President-elect and Vice President-elect are building a team that is grounded in dignity. And our task at the Department of Housing and Urban Development will be to stand up for the dignity of all Americans and deliver the promise of our nation to all those left out in the cold. We will take on the deep-set roots of poverty and homelessness. We will fight for housing in every community that is affordable, decent, and safe. We will help more Americans secure the dream of home ownership, to close the gaps of inequity, build wealth, and pass it on to their children. We will pursue creative development projects to shape our landscapes and skylines, restart the engines of cities that have stalled out, and launch new opportunities in hometowns across America. But perhaps most importantly of all, we will help people believe once again that their government cares about them, no matter who they are. that we understand their problems, as the President-elect often recalls his father's words. I am honored to have this chance to help restore the people's faith, to deliver for them and make them proud, and to build back better alongside this dedicated team. I thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, I'm deeply humbled by the trust and confidence you have placed in me, and if confirmed by the Senate, will be honored to serve as the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Mr. President-elect, you have pledged to restore the soul of our nation and to unite us as Americans. In this work, there is a mission that can bring every American together, caring for our nation's veterans and their families. As you have said, this is a sacred obligation, and I know that for you and Dr. Biden, it's also very deeply personal. I've been inspired by veterans in my life as well. Today, I'm thinking of my grandpa McDonough, a Marine, all the troops I met on my visits to Afghanistan and Iraq, and the wounded warriors I spent time with at Walter Reed or showing around the White House. I'm thinking of the many vets I've had the pleasure to serve with, in and out of government, who have put the character and training that they developed in uniform to work to continue serving our country as civilians. I'm also thinking of one of my high school football coaches back in Stillwater, Minnesota, an Iowan, Joe Sam Samuelson. He stormed the beaches of Normandy. And in home hospice at the end of his life, he and his family were grateful for the compassion of the VA. When he passed, his wife gave me his coaching jacket, one of my most prized possessions. Coach Sam's jacket reminds me why we're here. Our men and women in uniform have had our country's back, and when they come home, we need to have their back. As the President-elect has said, his marching order to me is very clear. Fight like hell for our veterans. We're going to fight like hell to give our veterans and their families the health care, respect, and dignity they deserve. That means helping our veterans build civilian lives of meaning and opportunity, making our VA even more welcoming to all veterans, including our women veterans, veterans of color, and LGBTQ veterans, and keeping faith with our incredible military families and caregivers, because we need to have their backs too. To the men and women of the VA, many of you veterans yourselves, you work tirelessly to take care of our veterans, and your demanding jobs have been made even more difficult by the pandemic. To you and to the many dedicated vets service organizations who include vets, survivors, and their families, I look forward to being your partner, one united team in delivering care and support that's second to none. Finally, taking care of our veterans is not a job for the VA alone. Every federal department and agency has a role to play, and I will fight like hell to make that happen. And even though only 1% of Americans wear the uniform, under President Biden, every American will be called upon to embrace our responsibility to support our veterans and our military families. Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, on behalf of my wife, Kari, and our family, thank you for this opportunity to serve. May God bless our troops, our veterans and their families, and as a nation, may we always give them our very best, just as they have done for us. Thanks very much.
Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, I'm grateful for this opportunity to serve and look forward to working with you, with our partners across the administration, and with the bright and dedicated public servants at USTR to deliver for the American people. When the President-elect approached me about taking on this role, two memories from my past spring to mind. The first was from when I initially joined USTR in 2007. I was filling out paperwork and providing information about my family history. My parents were born in mainland China and grew up in Taiwan. In the 1960s, President Kennedy's immigration reforms welcomed them to America as graduate students in the sciences. My dad would become a researcher at Walter Reed, helping the Army advance treatments for afflictions that debilitated American GIs fighting in the Vietnam War. My mom still works at the National Institutes of Health, developing treatments for opioid addiction. They were naturalized in 1979, 5 years after I was born in Connecticut. And it wasn't until decades later, filling out that paperwork, that it occurred to me that I became an American before my parents, the very first American in our family. The second memory that came to mind was from several years later, when a colleague and I from USTR went to Geneva to present a case suing China before the World Trade Organization. We sat down at the table, she, whose parents had emigrated from South India, and I, whose parents had come from Taiwan. And my heart swelled with pride as we raised our placard and stated that we were there to present the case on behalf of the United States of America. Two daughters of immigrants there to serve, to fight for, and to reflect the nation that had opened doors of hope and opportunity to our families. Those memories fill me with gratitude for being an American and for what America is at our best. And they remind me of the extraordinary responsibilities that come with the honor as we navigate our relationships with the world. Trade is like any other tool in our domestic or foreign policy. It is not an end in itself. It is a means to create more hope and opportunity for people. And it only succeeds when the humanity and dignity of every American and of all people lie at the heart of our approach. I am proud to join with leaders who instill their policy with purpose and who never lose sight of the humanity and dignity, the opportunity and hope that make trade a force for good in our nation and the world. I am very proud to be an advocate for American workers, to stand up for their ingenuity and their innovation, and for America's interests across the globe. I look forward to harnessing the power of our trade relationships to help communities lift themselves out of the current crisis. And I am grateful for this chance to serve, fight for, and reflect America on behalf of all of our people once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect. I'm honored to join this tremendous team. Today we confront a profoundly connected set of crises, a relentless pandemic, a struggling economy, urgent demands for racial equity and justice, a climate in need of healing, a democracy in need of repair, and a world in need of renewed American leadership. In the 21st century, our foreign, economic, and domestic imperatives are deeply intertwined. Tackling these challenges is personal to me. I'm a descendant of immigrants and the enslaved, and service is in our blood. My paternal great-grandfather was born a slave in South Carolina and joined the Union Army. He went on to get a college degree, become an AME minister, and he founded the Bordentown School in New Jersey, which for 7 decades provided African Americans with vocational and college preparatory educations. 2 generations later, my father, Emmett Rice, served as a Tuskegee Airman and as a governor of the Federal Reserve. My maternal grandparents came to this country from Jamaica with no education, but working for decades as a janitor and a maid, they saved and they scraped to send all 5 of their children to college and on to professional success. My mother, Lois Rice, was known as the mother of the Pell Grant program, which has enabled 80 million Americans to reach college. And as she liked to say, not bad for a poor colored girl from Portland, Maine. But today, for far too many, the American dream has become an empty promise, a cruel mockery of lives held back by barriers, new and old. That is not good enough for any American. But we know that throughout our history, Americans have forged opportunity out of crisis. After the Civil War, we ended slavery and enshrined the concept of equal protection under the law. During the Great Depression, we established the Works Progress Administration and Civilian Conservation Corps. After World War II, we enacted the GI Bill. In the 1960s, we abolished legal segregation, established full voting rights, and enacted Medicare and Medicaid. Now, at the foot of yet another bridge between crisis and opportunity, I'm honored and excited to take on this role. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's vision for our future is expansive but achievable. America must finally become a nation where every child, from Akron to Arkansas, from the Bronx to Brownsville, from the Sioux Nation to South Central Los Angeles, can dream without limits and make her dreams come true. I have no illusions about the difficulty of making that vision real, but we are here to get hard stuff done. Our top priorities will be to help end the pandemic and revitalize the economy so that it delivers for all, to bring dignity and humanity to our broken immigration system, to advance racial equity, justice, and civil rights for all, to ensure that health care is accessible and affordable, and to educate and train Americans to compete and thrive in the 21st century. I profoundly believe that we all rise or fall together, absolutely all of us. So, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, I promise you, I will do everything I can to help this country I love to build back better, to make our government deliver for all Americans and for working families, and to bring the American dream far closer to reality for all. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Over these past few days and weeks, we have announced members of our administration who will help us meet the unprecedented challenges facing the American people. We have brought together a healthcare team that will help contain this pandemic once and for all, an economic team that will help build an economy that works for working people and all those looking to work, and a national security and foreign policy team that will help keep our nation safe and restore and advance our leadership around the world. Today, we are announcing leaders who will help deliver immediate relief to every corner of our great country from rural communities to big cities and every place in between. Leaders who will help care for our veterans and their families and advance opportunity for all Americans at this consequential moment in our country. At a time when 1 in 8 households say they didn't have enough money for food in the past week, we need leaders who understand that no one should go hungry in the United States of America. At a time when 1 in 6 renters are behind on rent, we need leaders who will not only help provide relief to all who need it, but help address the affordable housing crisis in America. You know, I was in high school by the time my mother saved up enough money to put down a down payment on a home. And I understand the dignity of home ownership and the importance of making the American dream a reality for everyone. At a time when veterans, including those I've represented in California, have been strained by almost 2 decades of war and economic hardship, we must have leaders who will treat all who have worn our nation's uniform and their families with the dignity and respect they have earned. Leaders who will be focused on doing what is in the best interests of the American people, who will negotiate trade deals that are good for workers and good for our economy, who will address the defining challenges of our time, from combating our climate crisis to advancing racial justice. That is what these remarkable Americans will do. I know them well, and some are very dear friends. These leaders have different backgrounds and life's experience, and they bring to their roles different skills, perspectives, and areas of expertise. And they all reflect the very best of our nation. They are all dedicated and compassionate public servants, and all of them are ready to hit the ground running on day one. So, Mr. President-elect, congratulations on these outstanding choices. I look forward to working with each member of the team and the whole team that we are bringing together to meet the urgent challenges facing our nation and to rebuild our country in a way that lifts up all Americans. Thank you.
President-elect Biden, how soon do you plan on taking the coronavirus vaccine?
Did Hunter Biden commit a crime? Have you spoken to your son, Mr. President-elect?
Probably my son. What did you learn was under investigation?
Hey, guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. That was Biden introducing key members of his administration. Now, I want to go out to Georgia, where Vice President Mike Pence campaigned for Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue ahead of the January 5th runoff Senate races. I'm going to take you out there from that Thursday event. Some of you will see a quick commercial break, and the rest of you will continue streaming right here on News Now from Fox. Don't forget, you can always watch News Now on newsnowfox.com.
to my friend Senator David Perdue, to former Governor Sonny Perdue, Congressman Rick Allen, Congressman William Timmons, the great state party chair for the GOP, David Schaefer, my fellow Americans, it is great to be back in the Peach States. The fight is on. And you know, it's great to be here with so many friends. And speaking of friends of mine, allow me to bring greetings from another friend of mine. And a man who has been fighting every day to keep the promises that he made to the people of Georgia. I bring greetings and thanks from the 45th President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump. You know, with the support of people all across Georgia and all across this country, it's amazing. This president and our team received more than 74 million votes across America, 10 million more votes than 4 years ago. We received the greatest share of minority votes of any Republican candidate for president in 60 years, and we added more than a dozen seats already to the United States Congress. And we're going to put 2 more in the winning column when we send Georgia's senators back to Washington, D.C. You know, I'm here because I stand with President Donald Trump. And we stand with Senator David Perdue and Senator Kelly Loeffler. And together, with your 2 great senators, we're fighting every day for integrity in our elections. And we're fighting every day to hold the line and save the majority in the United States Senate. It's really why I'm here. It's why the president was in Valdosta on Saturday. And that's why I'm so grateful that you all came out to this gathering in Augusta today. I don't know if you heard about it. So far, just in the last few days, 18 states have joined the Lone Star State to defend the integrity of our elections before the highest court in the land. President Donald Trump deserves his day in court, the Supreme Court. And all I can say is God bless Texas. The men and women of Georgia, I'll tell you, as our election contests continue here in Georgia and in states across the country, I'll make you a promise. We're going to keep fighting until every legal vote is counted. We're going to keep fighting until every illegal vote is thrown out. And we will never stop fighting to make America great again. That's why President Trump and I need David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back in a Republican majority in the United States Senate. You know, for all we've done, for all we have yet to do, we need the Peach State to defend the majority, because the road to a Senate majority runs right through the state of Georgia. Are you with me? You know, I'm here on the president's behalf because we need Georgia to send these 2 great senators back to Washington, D.C. We need to send them back for 3 reasons. We need to send them back because of who they are. We need to send them back because of all we've accomplished together. And we need to send them back because a Republican majority could be the last line of defense to preserve all we've done to defend this nation, revive our economy, and preserve the God-given liberties we hold dear. We need to hold the line, Georgia. But first off, I'm here just like Governor Perdue said. I'm here, and he isn't even my cousin. I'm here because of who these people are. David Perdue is a son of Macon. He worked his way to the top of the business world. Could have spent the rest of his life in leisure, but as you heard his cousin say, he and his family went to their knees, and they felt a calling to serve. After 40 years as one of the most successful business leaders in America, he answered the call to serve Georgia in the United States Senate. And I can tell you, having served alongside of this good man every day, I know of no more principled, conservative, man of integrity, or champion of President Trump's agenda in the United States Senate than Senator David Perdue. We need him back. And I'm also here because of his colleague in the Senate, fourth generation, family farmer. Grew up in the heartland of America, but got here to Georgia just as every bit as quick as she could. Built her own company from the ground up. You know her story. She broke barriers in business and sports to become one of the most successful businesswomen in Georgia history. And in a very short period of time, I can tell you, she has emerged as one of the most courageous and principled conservative voices in the United States Senate. We need Senator Kelly Loeffler back in Washington, D.C. So President Trump and I need you to support these senators and get your family and your neighbors and your friends to do the same because of who they are. But it's also because of all that we've been able to do with their support. I mean, think about it. 4 years ago, we inherited a military that had been hollowed out by reckless budget cuts, an economy that was struggling to break out of the slowest recovery since the Great Depression. Terrorism was on the rise, and we witnessed a steady assault on our most cherished values. With the unwavering support of both of Georgia's senators, under the leadership of President Donald Trump, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We secured our border, stood with law enforcement, and fought for life and liberty and the Constitution of the United States of America. It's true. You know, I have to tell you, a lot of you know me as your vice president, but the highest title I'll ever hold is DAD. And I couldn't be more proud to be the father and the father-in-law of two military fighter pilots. And I couldn't be more proud to serve alongside a president who cares so deeply about the men and women of our armed forces. With the support of your senators, President Donald Trump has signed the largest increases in our national defense since the days of Ronald Reagan. We're finally giving our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Coast Guard the support they need to defend this nation. And I can tell you, from his seat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, Senator David Perdue has been there for our military every step of the way. Thank you, Senator. And it's not just been about those who serve today, but it's also about those of you who did serve in the uniform of the United States. You remember the last administration. We saw years of scandal at the VA that shocked the conscience of the nation. But when President Donald Trump came into office, with the help of your two senators, those days were over. President Trump signed the most sweeping reforms of the VA in 50 years. We fired 5,000 VA employees that weren't giving our veterans the care that you earned, and Veterans Choice is now available for every veteran in America. And from her seat on the Veterans Affairs Committee, Senator Kelly Loeffler was there for America's veterans every step of the way. And with that renewed American strength, rebuilding our military, restoring the arsenal of democracy, we took the fight to our enemies on our terms, on their soil. And we've stood with our allies as never before. At the direction of this Commander-in-Chief, the Armed Forces of the United States took down the last inch of territory under the black flag of ISIS and took out their leader without one American casualty. And when the most dangerous terrorist in the world, a man responsible for the death of hundreds of American service members, was in our sights, President Donald Trump took him out. Qasem Soleimani is gone. So we've stood up to our enemies, but we've also stood with our most cherished ally as never before. You know, 4 presidents in a row had made the promise to the American people, but it was President Donald Trump who kept his promise when we moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. And Senator David Perdue and Senator Kelly Loeffler were there every step of the way. So it's been about America's place in the world, our national security. But it's also been about our prosperity these last 4 years. After the slowest recovery in 75 years, President Trump worked with your senators and we revived our economy. We cut taxes across the board for working families and businesses large and small. We rolled back more federal regulation than any administration in history. We fought for free and fair trade, unleashed American energy, and in 3 short years, we saw 7 million good-paying jobs created, including 350,000 right here in the state of Georgia. And your senators were there every step of the way. And as we made our way this year through one of the most challenging years in our lifetimes, on that solid foundation that we poured of less taxes, less regulation, a growing American economy. At the height of the coronavirus pandemic, we'd lost 22 million jobs. With the strong support of your 2 senators, with the relief efforts that President Trump secured from Congress, we've been opening up America again. We've already seen 12 million Americans go back to work. The American comeback is happening. And speaking of that pandemic, I have to tell you how grateful we are to Senator Perdue and Senator Loeffler for their support all along the way. At President Trump's direction, early this year, we launched the greatest national mobilization since World War II. We reinvented testing. We saw the delivery of billions of medical supplies to our doctors and nurses and hospitals. We managed to distribute hundreds of thousands of medicines and therapeutics. And as I stand here today, while the other side said it would never happen, it would take a miracle, we're just a few days away from the approval of the first coronavirus vaccine for the American people in millions of doses. America is in the miracle business under President Donald Trump. And again, your senators were there every step of the way. And frankly, when it comes to the foundation of our prosperity and the rule of law, I couldn't be more grateful that with the support of Senator Perdue and Senator Loeffler, President Trump and I have seen more than 220 conservative judges confirmed to our federal courts at every level, including Justice Neil Gorsuch, Justice Brett Kavanaugh, and Justice Amy Coney Barrett. And I'll tell you, those 3 justices and all those judges are all men and women who will uphold all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. You watch. Now, the last administration, you all remember it, we saw a steady assault on our values and our freedoms. They especially trampled on the religious liberty of Americans. You remember. I mean, literally, the last administration used the power of the federal government to compromise the conscience rights of doctors and nurses and religious charities. They even hauled a group of nuns, known as the Little Sisters of the Poor, into federal court to order them to compromise their faith to live under the mandates of Obamacare. And they're promising to do it again, aren't they, Senator? But we saw religious intolerance among the Democrats, the like to which we would see again if they got control of the Senate. I mean, you all remember a couple of years ago when Amy Coney Barrett was up for another judgeship. She was before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the leading Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee actually told Amy Coney Barrett that she was concerned about her sincere Catholic faith. She said, and I quote, "The dogma lives loudly within you." And Hollywood liberals have been attacking Amy Coney Barrett ever since for her faith and for her values. Well, I got news for the Democrats in Washington and their friends in Hollywood. That dogma lives loudly in me. That dogma lives loudly in you. And the right to live and worship according to the dictates of our faith lives loudly in the Constitution of the United States of America. So for our liberties, for our freedoms, for the ability to live and to work and to worship according to the dictates of our conscience, we need a Republican majority in the United States Senate. We need David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back in Washington, D.C. I don't have to tell all of you who've come out on this sunny day. The stakes in this election have never been higher. The choice in this election has never been clearer. I mean, I'm here because of who they are. I'm here because of all we've done. But I'm here because this choice is so stark. Where David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler stand for a strong national defense, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock are going to cut our national defense to fund their big government programs. You just watch. Where David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler cut taxes, John Ossoff and the radical liberal Raphael Warnock want to raise taxes on working families and businesses large and small. And where David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler support our military, Raphael Warnock has demeaned our military. And he's repeatedly defended the anti-Semitic rhetoric of Reverend Jeremiah Wright. And maybe most close to my heart, where John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock support abortion on demand and taxpayer funding of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth, David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler will always stand for the right to life. Thank you, Dave. You all know what the stakes are here in Georgia. I mean, Chuck Schumer couldn't have said it better, right? Chuck Schumer said, quote, "Now we take Georgia, then we change America." Well, I got another message for Chuck Schumer and the Washington Democrats. We're going to keep Georgia. We're going to save the Senate, and then we're going to save America. I mean, for real. Our agenda is American greatness. Their agenda is American decline. John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock advance a socialist agenda of higher taxes, open borders, government takeover of health care, a Green New Deal, defunding the police, packing the courts, and that's just for starters. John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock are wrong for Georgia and wrong for America. That's why we need Georgia to say no to Ossoff and Warnock and yes to Senator David Perdue and Senator Kelly Loeffler on January 5th. But I came here today to say from my heart what you heard the President say the other night in Valdosta, that I need you to say to all of your neighbors and friends. In these challenging times in the life of our nation, Georgia, stay in the fight. Stay in the fight for integrity in our elections. Stay in the fight to defend the Republican majority in the Senate. And stay in the fight until the polls close on January 5th and we send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to Washington, D.C. Stay in the fight to keep America great. That's what's on the line. To preserve the progress that we've made. To protect our values and our liberties. We need you to do a couple of things, folks. First off, we need you to vote, Georgia. Vote to send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to the United States Senate. I'm talking basics now. I mean, I'm told you can actually request an absentee ballot today. If you need information, you can go to georgiavotinginfo.com. They got everything you need. You have until December 31st to request an absentee ballot, and I want you to be confident about your vote. Our great GOP state chair, David Schaefer, and the senators will tell you, we're on them this time. We're watching. We're going to secure the polls. We're going to secure the drop boxes. So get an absentee ballot in today and vote. Don't wait. Get it done. And if you don't want to vote by mail, I'm told in-person voting starts this coming Monday. So mark your calendar. Come Monday morning. I check. You can go to the Bell Auditorium, 712 Telfair Street, right here in Augusta, 8:30 to 5. And remember, friends don't let friends vote alone. Bring a family member, bring a neighbor, bring a friend, and vote to send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to Washington, D.C. I know we all got doubts about this last election. I know I do. But I actually hear some people saying here in the Peach State, just don't vote. Well, my fellow Americans, if you don't vote, they win. If you don't vote, there could be nothing to stop Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi from cutting our military, raising taxes, and passing their agenda to the radical left. So I want to say to you from my heart, for all we've done, for all we have yet to do, for our president, for our future, for Georgia, and for America, cast another vote for all President Trump has accomplished. Cast a vote to send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to the United States Senate. And I promise you we're going to keep on fighting. You know, we can fight for our president and fight for more Republicans in the Senate at the same time. We've done both. We're going to keep doing both. We're going to keep fighting to make America great again. So here's the deal. Here's the deal, Georgia. It might all come down to you. And Georgia has got to hold the line on January 5th. Will you do it? I'll I'll tell you, I have no doubt you will. I really do. But I want to challenge you right after you vote, either absentee or early in person or come January 5th. Whenever you cast that vote, just spend every other minute that you have reaching out to your neighbors and friends. Tell them I was out at the airport in Augusta the other day. I ran into Mike. President was down in Valdosta. These guys just keep coming back to Georgia. You got to tell people this re-electing these two great senators isn't just about Georgia. It's about America. Go tell your neighbors and friends. It's on the line. Tell them everything we talked about today, everything that we've done, everything we have yet to do. I mean, it all comes down to the Peach State. But I leave here today with renewed confidence. And I got to tell you, seeing this big crowd out today, I got a feeling we're going to bank a big win come January 5. How about you? I mean, we live in uncertain times, don't we? In my house, you know, we have a saying. We don't know what the future holds, but we know who holds the future. So as we work to stand with our president, protect the integrity of our elections, as we work to save the majority in the United States Senate, I'd encourage you, if you have a mind, to do one more thing. If from time to time you bow the head and bend the knee, I'd encourage you to do that too. Be a good time to pray for Georgia and pray for America. And in these divided times, I'd encourage you to pray with confidence. Claim that ancient promise that Americans have clung to in much more challenging times than we could even imagine. That if his people who are called by his name will humble themselves and pray and turn, he'll do like he's always done in the long and storied history of this state and nation. He'll hear from heaven and he'll heal this land. This one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So pray for America, and pray for all of those standing in the gap for everything we hold dear. But I want to thank you for coming out today, and I just know if all of us do all that we need to do between now and January 5th, I know if Georgia votes your values and your convictions, if you vote to send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to a Republican majority in the United States Senate, if you keep standing with this president until every legal vote is counted, that with the support of people all across this state and with God's help, we're going to keep on winning. We're going to defend the Senate. We're going to keep making America great again. We will win Georgia and save America. Now let's go get it done, Georgia.
everyone. Thank you for joining us here on News Now from Fox. That was Vice President Mike Pence campaigning for Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue ahead of the January 5th runoff Senate races. All right, switching gears. Owning a business as the COVID-19 pandemic rages on can come at a costly price. And one LA business owner broke down the actual numbers of keeping his business alive in 2020. I interviewed him this week, and those numbers are staggering. I'm going to play that out for you right now on News Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us. What is the true cost of owning a business during a pandemic? Well, one restaurant owner broke down the numbers and shared the struggles of being a business owner in 2020. I am joined by Dustin Lancaster, a business and restaurant owner in Los Angeles. Thanks so much for talking with me today.
Thank you so much for having me.
You own many businesses in the LA area. Take me back pre-pandemic. How were your businesses doing then?
Well, I started 2020 with 12 businesses that were, for the most part, almost all thriving. A couple of them break even. They were in their sort of early stages. And I've already lost 2 due to COVID. And I've got the other ones just hanging on by a thread. You know, it's been such a roller coaster up and down. We were doing okay with the outdoor dining, but that open and closing twice, it's just been too much of a roller coaster.
Well, you opened up on social media about the grim reality of having a business during this pandemic. Tell me what the struggle has been like for you.
It's when I opened up, I said gut wrenching because I think that's probably the only sort of word. I mean, it makes me sick to my stomach to look at my businesses that are really just barely scraping by. I was having a conversation with one of my partners this morning that we have a little French bistro in Chinatown that we're going to be closing this weekend. So Saturday will be the last night that we're going to close it down until we can get back open, because there's just not enough income being generated by takeout and delivery. It's just not that kind of model. And so it costs us more to be open than what we're bringing in. And that's a, you know, in a lot of ways, that's an easy business decision to make when the, you know, there's more going out than coming in.
And the sad reality is maybe that business will never open again. That's a harsh reality. Is that's going to be largely dependent on landlords, right? That's the other half of this, is that they've essentially, when the state of California shuts down our businesses, they still expect us to make full rent payments, right? So there's a huge disconnect when you say, well, we can't make money, and the only way that we're able to pay rent is by making money. So how is it that landlords are expected to continue to be made whole when we can't possibly do that? And so if we close down for the next few months a restaurant, that rent keeps accruing. Now we potentially go into 2021 with a mountain of debt that we have to fight against. And you opened up about that. You said that your landlord has not been accommodating.
Yeah, so I have because I have so many places, I'm dealing with about 7 or 8 different landlords, and they are all different, right? As they're all different parts of their career or their business size, and some of them have been accommodating with free rent, half rent, tacking it on to the end of the lease. I mean, there's a lot of ways I've heard from other, you know, colleagues that people have gotten creative, and then some just flat out don't do anything. They just say, I need the rent, right? And that's one of the you know, examples I was giving for the post I did on Instagram, Covell, that landlord has made no concessions and says, I need the full rent. And you go like, well, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do that. And that's why I was posing that question sort of online, not rhetorically, saying, what are we supposed to do? I'm open to anybody that has a great idea about how we are supposed to continue to pay rent and pay bills. You know, we have outstanding, you know, vendors and stuff like that when we don't have any money coming in due to the fact that the state has mandated a shutdown almost entirely, except for takeout, you know, which is just not viable for some models, you know.
Did you utilize programs such as the CARES Act, Paycheck Protection Program at the beginning of this pandemic?
Absolutely. And those were great. 10 months ago, or 7 months ago when we got them, but those ran out, especially if you were using it for exactly what it was intended, which was at that time, 60% to be for payroll and 40% to be for other things. So, that got me through 2 months of rent. It paid two months of rent, and we've been doing this 10 months. So I used the rest of it for payroll as it was intended. So I got those, employees paid for that. But 2 months of rent, where's the, that's not enough.
Did you have to do a lot of layoffs?
I did, sadly. Like I said, started with about 250 employees across all of my companies, and we laid off everybody at that time. And we probably brought back about 25 to 30% of that. That was, again, about 3 weeks ago. And then the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, they did the LA County actually did the shutdown before Newsom. And so LA County, when we did that shutdown, I laid off maybe 10 to 15% of that, only 25 or 30 that I had brought back. So we're running with such skeleton crews, and that's all we can afford, right? When we're having sales, our weekly sales right now are equivalent to what 1 day of sales used to be, right? So it takes us a whole week to do what we did in 1 day pre-COVID, roughly.
Yeah, let's talk about those numbers, because you opened up, you were transparent on social media, breaking down the actual costs. You said you're on track to make $8,500 in December at your one restaurant, but after utilities and after labor, you have $1,500 to pay $10,000 in rent.
Yeah. Yeah, and it goes to this question of what do I could show the landlord these numbers and say, this is, like, I can show him the bank account and go, like, this is what's left, and you're welcome to whatever we have left over. But beyond that, I have no choice but to keep accruing that debt. And I don't know if restaurants are going to be able to dig out of that as we get into, maybe they open back up, as the vaccine comes closer to being, out there. Maybe people can open up in 2021 again for outdoor dining, and then eventually outdoor dining. But what do you do when you're sitting on 6-figure debts, right? You have to reopen, and we now are carrying around, some of us are going to have $100,000 in debt, $200,000. The CARES Act, the EIDL or PPP, some of that, if you weren't able to use it, now you have to pay that back. So that is also a debt load that, I think it becomes just insurmountable, sadly, for too many businesses, that they go, why is this worth it? At what cost do I fight to bring this back?
At what cost? What keeps you going?
I love what I do. I really do. I haven't loved the last several months, but prior to this, I opened, so I was a bartender. I worked my way up. I didn't, inherit a business or anything like that. I started as a bartender, and I opened the Cobell, the place I was talking about, over 10 years ago. And I bartended every night. Me and my partner, we're behind the bar every single night. And so I come at it from that approach. And then we hired our friends, and people came in, and then we opened another location and another. And so, we're a family. The people we brought together, the people we employ, I still really love these people, and I love working with them. And I think we put out an amazing, product, and we are a family. And the reality is I can't do that now, and I don't know how to get back to that. And that's what I want. I want to get back to everybody loving what they do and creating this sense of community where actually the neighborhood comes together and they support you. And they've done a great job of that. They really have supported us the last 10 months. But as I said, it's not their responsibility to keep us afloat. The government, the state has to step in and help subsidize the money we're not making by being shut down, right? It's that simple to me.
Yeah, what do you think needs to change?
So I think there's two ways to look at it. You can either say there's two camps, I guess I should say. There's the camp that says, let us reopen. We deserve to at least have a fighting chance for our business. Let us reopen. Outdoor dining is what I'm referring to. And then there's the other path to say, okay, if it is safer, and I'm probably leaning towards that camp that says, like, okay, maybe it is safer if we shut it down. Then please help us You have to pay us to stay at home. You have to pay us to pay our employees to ask them to stay at home. That's what we need, if that's what's safest. If we're going to agree as a state that is it is safest, like why can't you help us accomplish that? Because otherwise you're forcing people. I was reading an article this morning, you're forcing people to break the law by saying, well, I'm going to open up anyways. There's a guy in Burbank saying, I'm going to open up because I'm going to lose my business either way. So you can either come shut me down or I'm going to lose it. So they're putting us in that position, which is a lose-lose, not only for the business, but for the city and state.
So do you think that California Governor Newsom is doing enough?
No. And I'm not saying that I don't know where the money's supposed to come from, from the state or from the federal government, but I know right now Congress is talking about passing, some more legislation, some more stimulus. But the reality is also restaurants need like an independent carve out that is specific to our industry, because I do believe that we have been uniquely, like, catastrophically hit more than other, sectors. Just by the nature of what we are, and kind of, it's the one industry where, we employ, tens of hundreds of million people as you kind of go down the domino effect of vendors and winemakers and farmers. There's hundreds of millions of people's livelihoods attached to this. And when you sort of stop that train moving, the collateral damage is so great that money has to come from somewhere. And then I hope that, the Independent Restaurant Coalition has put forth some legislation to save our restaurants, and they need to pass the Restaurants Act, which would give us specific aid to help us get through this. And that's the only way I think a lot of people get through this.
Yeah, and going to the Restaurant Act, I believe it passed the House, but has yet not made it to the Senate floor. You are an advocate of the Restaurant Act, I'm assuming.
Absolutely. It seems only logical. They have done this so many times for other industries, be it airlines or whatever. But the reality is like, we are also essential, right? We are essential because we keep America moving. We are that place. And so the reality is if restaurants, if you imagined, I don't care what neighborhood you're in, if that's Los Angeles or Ohio, the reality is if half of those restaurants go away in your neighborhood, it's going to be a very, very different look for your neighborhood. And I think that if people start to think in terms of what that means to lose bars and restaurants and the places that hold their memories, their anniversary, their birthdays, if those go away, we won't be the same. The neighborhoods and communities won't be the same.
And you grapple with the fact in your post that the patrons, while have been very generous to you, are also dealing with a pandemic themselves.
Yeah, they're out of money as well. I mean, not everybody, but there's a large, section of those people that also were relying on unemployment or some sort of stimulus. And without that, how can they continue to, eating out it does cost money, and the reality is how are they expected to be the people to shoulder the burden of coming to our aid and buy, bottles of wine from us and gift cards and merch. That's great, but they're in the same position where it's all ran out. There's nothing left to keep people going.
What was one of the hardest moments you can remember during this pandemic as a restaurant owner?
Oh, that's easy, and it's seared into my brain. It was probably May, and we had been shut down for 6 weeks or so, and I had a dishwasher at one of my restaurants call me, and I've worked with him for years, almost a decade, and he called me and he said, hey boss, I don't know who else to call, but I just have to tell you, I can't feed my family right now. And I said, I'm so sorry. And I said, can you meet me at the restaurant? And I gave him $500 cash out of my pocket, because we shouldn't have to be having conversations with people about them not being able to feed their family, because the government won't help us help them.
Absolutely. What would you like to see the government do going forward?
Well, as you touched on earlier, it's already, the Restaurants Act has to be a part of it. And if they don't want to give that much money, they have to agree to contribute something that I think is specific to restaurants. An overall, stimulus package is great, and we'll get maybe another round of PPP if we qualify again. That would be helpful. Anything is helpful, right? Anything is better than the nothing we are getting now. So I'm not, beggars can't be choosers, but the reality is the Restaurant Act would be the best thing to save us. And like you said, it's passed the House, and we need to get some more senators on board. And I'm hopeful that we're inching closer, and that's something we could do to really save us.
Lastly, what's one idea or misconception that you want the public to be aware of as a restaurant owner?
And I think this started before COVID, is that I just don't think people understand how restaurant margins work, and that they are an incredibly thin margin business to begin with. And especially in a city like Los Angeles, where, labor and payroll, minimum wages at an all-time high, rents are at an all-time high, maybe only behind New York or San Francisco. The reality is when you have that sort of cost of doing business, your margins are maybe at best 10%. So that means if you generate $1 million for the year, your actual net income is $100,000. So it takes a lot. You have to generate a lot of sales to get a very small net return. And this is only sort of made that much worse in that it's negative margins now, right? So if it was thin margins before, we're in such negative margins that, and it isn't a woe is me. This is an industry we got into, and I'm grateful to do it. But I think people say, oh, your restaurant's busy, you must be making so much money. It's like, well, no, the restaurant has to be busy to even keep moving. It isn't, it's so busy, we're making money hand over fist. We're doing this to make sure we can, keep everything going forward. So I think that, it's an overall understanding about how margins work and P&Ls, and that we have a lot of accounts payable every month.
And that's why you put out some of those numbers really breaking down the specific costs in handling a business. I haven't seen that put out yet. So, well, in your words, perhaps this sort of transparency is all we have left.
Yeah, and I have to say the sort of outpouring of love and support and overwhelming positive response from that post. I'm happy that happened, and I'm happy to share and be more transparent, because I don't have anything to hide, right? There's no ego about this involved. I want to be able to run my business, and the reality is that we can't. Our models don't work in a pandemic, and we're asking for help, and humbly saying that I want to keep people employed. I want to keep neighbors fed, but I can't do that if we don't get help from somewhere.
Well, we appreciate your transparency, and I appreciate you coming on today. Dustin Lancaster from Los Angeles, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me, Stephanie.
I didn't know it was my bodyguards right behind me. I was about to curve. At a time, y'all. Please. Get to the right side. There's an option to stay. There's an option to go. And I would rather leave with an option. People are leaving, and people are waiting for the day.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Just jumping in here to this live, unfiltered feed. Thousands of supporters of President Trump are turning out in D.C. to back the president, protesting election results. And as you can see this live feed right here, let's take a listen in. Oh, it looks like we may have lost that feed. Let me see if we can get that back up for you. In the meantime, oh, there we go. You can see that live feed right here. Thousands gathering in D.C. for pro-Trump demonstrations. Let's get a listen into this live unfiltered feed. You're watching News Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us on this Saturday for this live coverage. And it appears this feed keeps going in and out, but we'll continue to monitor it and we'll keep showing you this live unfiltered feed. If it goes out for a long period of time, then we'll switch to something else, but we want to give you the live, late breaking news as it becomes available from across the country. Thanks for being with us on News Now from Fox. Let's take a listen in.
Y'all still some bitches.
Ooh, the fat pig on the left. The fat pig's on the left. Hi, Fatty. Hi, Piggy. Hi.
I wouldn't leave your wife alone again like that.
Yeah, well, why would you leave your wife just alone? What the fuck?
Get the fuck out. Go back to where you belong, trash. Trailer trash. Go back to where you belong. You're a trailer trash husband.
What did
you see? I see shit. What did you see? I see shit. Where you belong.
I don't cry.
I see shit.
I ain't see shit. I ain't see nothing because I don't
I didn't see shit.
I ain't see nothing. I'm blind.
I didn't see shit. Hey. You get faster, you better start running.
Walk faster.
Thank you everyone for being with us here on News Now from Fox, giving you live coverage and jumping into this raw and unfiltered feed. Thousands of supporters heading to DC to back President Trump, to back the president protesting the election results, and giving you this live feed right here. To give you a little bit of context, backers of President Trump descended on Washington, D.C. today in another sign of support for the president, who has come up short in his efforts to overturn the result of the 2020 presidential election. Supporters of President Trump gathered at Freedom Plaza near the White House, chanting 4 more years and stop the steal, to urge Trump to keep on fighting to stay in the White House. Organizers of the Women's of America First rally were expected 15,000 participants for the rally and march to the Supreme Court. And President Trump appeared to be pleasantly surprised by another show of support in the Democratic stronghold of D.C., saying, quote, "Wow, thousands of people forming in Washington, D.C. for Stop the Steal." Trump tweeted this morning, "Didn't know about this, but I'll be seeing them, hashtag MAGA." Again, giving you this live look, thousands of people gathering in D.C. for this pro-Trump demonstration, bringing you the live, latest, and non-stop feeds as they become available from all across the country. Let's get another listen in. You're watching News Now from Fox.
That causes confusion. Except for the bike marshal. Everybody else stays behind the shit. So please do not go too
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. Just giving you that live feed from D.C. President Trump supporters turning out in D.C. to back the president, protesting 2020 election results. And within hours, you can see this scene has become unruly. Videos posted to social media showing confrontations between Trump supporters and opponents, and people wearing pro-Trump attire attacking bystanders. You can see that there is just a lot of confrontation happening in this live unfiltered video. We're going to keep a close eye on it. We'll show you a little bit more of this feed, and then we'll go back to other COVID-19 updates. But we just want to make sure that we keep showing you all of this coverage from across the country. The rally was organized by Women for America First, a conservative group that organized last month's Stop the Steal rally, which drew tens of thousands of people. As many as 15,000 people were expected Saturday, according to the group's permit. But you can see a big crowd of people right now, Trump supporters in support of the president to protest those election results. Let's get another last listen in. You're watching News Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us on this Saturday for extended coverage.
Thank you. Yeah, you bet. That's better.
Someone poured something in my eyes. I'm just waiting for it.
Yeah, that's the first time that happened to me. I didn't go the second time. I did it this time. I didn't think it was going to be this hard.
Oh yeah, I got that first time. That happens when you get He can help. Yeah, they can help. They can help you. They can help. It hurts a little bit. They'll have somebody for your Anybody else need medical advice?
I am.
Don't touch anyone. Hey, don't touch anyone.
Hey guys, we're going back. We're going back as alive.
Guys, they're moving back. Let's go down here.
Sorry, I was just thinking that.
Because it's... What the... They're just... They're pitching it.
Yes.
I mean, pretty soon... And then it's going to be...
No, is it the same one I've been seeing on
Maybe it's an angel. Maybe it's the lady that yelled at us. Now what's going on over here?
Get the fuck out of here, loser! Keep your shit talking, little bitch! Go back to your friends, little bitch! Come on! Bunch of pussies! Where's your leader, bitch?
As you can see, and as I indicated earlier in the week, when we observed the bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7th, the 79th anniversary of the bombing of Pearl Harbor, I said on that day that our president said this is the day that will live in infamy and united the country to fight for freedom. In that war, in World War II, 291,557 people, Americans, died in combat in World War II. Today, we have an assault by a virus on our society, our economy, our schools, our children, our people. We do not have a unifying president of the United States. In fact, we have a president for a long time in denial, delaying and distorting, calling it a hoax. Many thousands more people have died because of that. Now we're up to 290,000 today. We will probably surpass, sadly, the World War II number. In another few days, we'll observe once again, sadly, 300,000. We observed 100,000 as if it was an impossible number to accept. 200,000, how could it be true? 300,000 by the time we get through the weekend. Let us hope that this vaccine will inspire people to follow a regimen of masks, separation, sanitation, and the rest, so that they can be prepared for a vaccine to hopefully reverse this tide in terms of these numbers. To that end, I have great respect for the bipartisan group of folks, mostly senators, but some of our folks, Josh Gottheimer from the House, who are engaged in conversations about this bill. It is a smaller bill than we think is needed for our country, but in light of a completely changed dynamic, in less than 1,000 hours, Joe Biden will be inaugurated President of the United States. And we have a vaccine, which hopefully will be approved by the committee today to go forward. That change in dynamic enables our president to say this is a first step, but that much more needs to be done. So while this has our values, which some of the other bills did not, it has a shorter time frame, but in light of a new president, gives us time to inaugurate a president, have discussions about how we truly meet the needs of the American people. We should all be so saddened by the fact of these loss of lives and these families across America approaching the holidays with this sadness in their hearts, and we have to make sure they know that we carry them in our hearts, in our prayers, in our thoughts, and that hopefully whatever we do can prevent the rate of these more deaths from occurring. More deaths pretty soon, sad to say, that lost their lives in World War II. This COVID package, which I'm hoping will come to be shortly, then has to go on to the omnibus bill. And that's another set of discussions that is going on. I salute our chairman, especially Nita Lowey, the chair of the Appropriations Committee. That's carrying much of the negotiation, but also Richie Neal in terms of what's happening from the Ways and Means, Frank Pallone, Energy and Commerce, Nydia Velasquez in terms of small business, Maxine Waters, renters, etc., and all of our chairs. Now, and Bobby Scott at Ed and Labor in terms of issues that protect American workers. On the PPP, we all know that we need more money for small business, and we all support that. We want it to be done, though, in a way that I think is possible, that honors what has been said before about small businesses with women, minority, veterans, rural, Native American-owned businesses, small businesses being able to participate and the CDFIs, the community development financial institutions, to meet their needs. Nydia Velasquez is working in a bipartisan way on that issue. So whether it's in the omnibus or in the COVID or some combination thereof, that is the work that is being done right now. I'm very excited about the fact that in a very strong bipartisan way, about 80% of the House voting for the National Defense Authorization Act. I commend, as I have before, and again, Chairman Adam Smith, our chair of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Thornberry, for whom this the bill is named, the ranking member on the committee, for their leadership in presenting a bipartisan bill. The president has threatened to veto the bill, and largely because it has a provision in there championed by Anthony Brown of Maryland, a veteran on the Armed Services Committee, who has fought to have the renaming of these bases as an important priority. The bill received a rousing vote on the floor. It was like 337. I don't have the number right here, but it's like 80% of the House voted for the legislation, which the president threatens to veto. It will be coming up in the Senate. I don't know what their schedule is until they announce it, but nonetheless, it is interesting to see, because the Senate Republican chairman there said we're bringing the bill to the floor, even though the president is opposed to it because of renaming, also because he wants Section 230 to be included, the repeal of it in the bill. I don't like Section 230. I think it needs to be revised, but you cannot repeal it or else you will destroy protections for small businesses and entrepreneurs working their way up, as we also recognize that some of the organizations that did not even exist when this Section 230 of the Telecommunications Bill in the 90s, no Facebook, no Google, none of it really were on the scene, and certainly not of the size and consequence that they are now. So it needs to be revised. I think there's bipartisan support to do that. I know there is, but nonetheless should not be repealed in this legislation. So we'll see what the president does and what the others do. Now, as we proudly pass that bill in such a big way, these bases were named purposefully for white supremacists, people who had fought in the Confederates, traitors to our country. Purposely, these bases were named for them. It wasn't as if they named it about something and upon final research, other research, it would emerge that they said this, that, or the other. No, it was intentional. So we must properly, and there's a process spelled out in the bill, change that. And in light of that respect for our country and the people of our country, I'm so pleased with what we did under leadership of Mr. Clyburn, reflecting the beautiful diversity of America. This week, we will mark the 150th anniversary of the first African American being elected to the Congress of the United States, Congressman Joseph Rainey. It will come as no surprise to any of you that he's from South Carolina, because that was very much a part of the pride that Mr. Clyburn took in advancing this. He would, just the first African American congressman was reason enough. The first African American, and he presided over the House of Representatives, the first African American to preside over the House of Representatives. And he was the longest serving black lawmaker during the Reconstruction. So we're proud to celebrate that with the largest ever Congressional Black Caucus. And yesterday, Clyburn and I introduced a resolution to name a room in the Capitol after Rainey, ensuring that he can take his rightful place in the Capitol and in the history books as a source of great pride to all of us. So that is where we are on that. And in addition to that, I just want to once again commend all who are working so hard to save lives by coming up with a reasonable compromise that we can all accept in light of the fact that in fewer than 1,000 hours, we will have inaugurated Joe Biden, a person who has said from day one 100 million people will be vaccinated, understanding that that has to be done in a culturally, linguistic, appropriate way for people to be able to respond to the vaccine. So with that, I'd be pleased to take any questions you have. Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, you've thrown your lot in with this bipartisan group that's talking about the stimulus package. They are having a hard time coming to a final product. How long do they have to produce a product? And if they can't do that, do you then have to look at what Leader McConnell has suggested, which is allow some of these other things to fall away and do a smaller package?
Well, this is a smaller package. And as I have said, this is not a stimulus package. It's an emergency supplemental to deal with what we have. I think they've made great progress. I think they have some certain things remain, and that's up to them. I don't know the inner workings. But I think they've made great progress, and I salute them for that. Of course, as always, we have to see the text, but I think the values that and the priorities that they have established are what we need to do right away. So I don't share your view. Again, who knows? We'll see how it goes. But we do have to, we cannot leave here without having a piece of legislation. And I can say this unequivocally. What Mr. McConnell is putting forth in terms of liability is such an assault on Americans' workers that I hope that the group goes nowhere near what he is presenting.
At what point do you have to start negotiating directly with Leader McConnell and
Oh,
Republicans?
well, the normal course of, thank you for the question. The normal course of events is the committees do their negotiation, and again, I'm an appropriator, as you've heard me say again and again. Left to their own devices, the appropriators can come to the solution. I've spoken with the chairman of the committee in the Senate, Senator Shelby. I think he's committed to keeping government open and having a bipartisan bill. Nita Lowey on our side. Those are the two main negotiators in all of this. Also, again, they want to find common ground, and I think they're close to that. And then when the committees cannot find their common ground, what is left is what is kicked up to the principals in terms of leadership. We don't negotiate the bill all along. So when that comes, if they have not resolved, which I hope they will, and they can, then that's when we would, the normal regular order would be. Yeah. Yes.
Speaker, this week, Congresswoman DeLauro, the incoming chair of the Appropriations Committee, held a hearing on repealing the Hyde Amendment.
Yes.
Will a bill repealing the Hyde Amendment come up for a vote before the whole House in 2021?
Well, I don't know if it'll be a bill to do that, but it'll be part of legislation, yes. I think that is, I mean, I myself have been an opponent of the Hyde Amendment long before I came to Congress. So I would be receptive to that happening, yes.
Does it depend on outcome of the control of the Senate, what the House does, or will the House proceed on the Hyde Amendment, however?
Well, you know, again, our biggest partner in all of this are the American people, And the American people know that we have to have fairness in what we do. And this is not an issue of the Hyde Amendment. It is an issue as to the impact that it has in terms of unfairness to women in our country. So this will be an interesting debate, again, respectful of all views, but nonetheless, again, I way before I was in Congress, as soon as the Hyde Amendment was there, I was thinking, how can we get rid of that? So it's long overdue getting rid of it, in my view.
Madam Speaker.
No.
Thank you. You've long been concerned about China. You have a history
Yes.
steeped on the Intelligence Committee here. Are we to a point now, after what happened with Mr. Swalwell, maybe where there should be background checks for all staff and interns before we serve? Obviously, members, staff who serve on the Intelligence Committees and Armed Services Committee have that, but should that be universal? And what are your concerns?
So what
about
should be universal, Chad, on this one?
background checks for aides or interns across the board for all staff and interns on Capitol Hill after the concerns about Mr. Swalwell?
Well, I don't have any concern about Mr. Swalwell. There are those in the Congress who believe, and I am among them, that we should be seeing what influence the Chinese. I've been fighting them, as you know, for over 30 years in terms of their undue influence at universities in our country and the overtures they try to make to members of Congress. In terms of Mr. Swalwell, in the spring of 2015, the leadership of the House and the committee were informed that overtures from a Chinese person were being made to members of Congress. When that was made known to the members of Congress, it was over. You know, that was the end of any communication with those people. So it isn't, I think we should make sure that everybody knows what they are being subjected to. But I don't know that it means that we have to background checks for every intern who comes into the Capitol. I do think that it's unfortunate that Mr. McCarthy is trying to make an issue of this when his leader, we all found out at the same time, the Republican leadership, and that several members had been approached.
Were you briefed on this?
We were all, at the same moment, the House, Republican and Democratic leaders, and the leadership of the committee were briefed at the same moment. Make sure you know that, because he keeps going around saying, when did they know? We knew when they knew. And at that time, that was the end of it. But you know what he's trying to do? He's trying to deflect attention from the fact that he has QAnon in his delegation over there. And that, I think, is a danger in terms of our debate here about, what the possibilities are for undue influence to members of Congress.
So government funding is going to come up again next Friday.
Yeah.
After the CR. Could you give us a sense about, I mean, you know how these packages work.
Yeah.
When do they need to come to some sort of agreement on a relief or a rescue, whatever you're calling it, package? I mean, it's Thursday today, so there's 7-8 days until this is reconsidered.
Well, you know, I'm not one to ever say a date for a bill on the floor. I never was. I'll give you an example of why that was not a good idea. Remember when the Republicans said they were going to overturn the Affordable Care Act on the day, the anniversary of the day it was enacted? The minute they said that, I knew they were doomed, because you have to bring a bill to the floor when you have the votes. And they didn't, and they had to withdraw their bill. Respectful of the fact that December 26th, the unemployment insurance benefits expire. So sometime before then, hopefully that December 18th date, we would like to have this done. For us, it's several days before, because it takes time for the Senate to clear its throat. You know that. So it is, so when we have the text and the agreement, then we will make that public, go to the floor, pass the bill, and give the Senate time to end before the expiration of this. Now, if we need more time, then we take more time. But we have to have a bill, and we cannot go home without it. I have to believe the administration and the Republicans in the Senate when they say they do not want to shut down government, that it is possible to do the omnibus, and we'll close there. I mean, there's still some concerns, but that's the way it always goes. And then the COVID added to that. In order to have the COVID added to omnibus, you have to have an omnibus. And so we're working on dual tracks on that. But I would hope that it would honor the December 18th deadline. But we can't go before the package is ready and the votes are there, as well as the fact that people do want to get home for the holidays, such as that is. But what's more important is that we get the job done for the American people before the holidays. But we've been here after Christmas, you know. We were here 5 years ago. We were here 5 years ago on the budget, and I can tell you stories about that if you want. So it you know, again, it has to be done before year's end in order to keep government open. We want it before December 26th, even though it could be retroactive, so that we remove all doubt. And my view is, as an appropriator myself and a negotiator, what's the difference? Just make a decision. Just make a decision so that we can move forward. Yeah.
Speaker, on a related note,
Yes.
how worried should American renters be at this point that the eviction moratorium will be allowed to expire?
Well, I think that we should extend the moratorium, and there is funding for rent in this proposal, which is one of its appealing features that the McConnell proposal does not even reference. But it's one thing to have money to pay the rent, and that's a big advance. It would be important to extend a moratorium too, but again, that's the part of their negotiation. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Why is the McConnell proposal unreasonable? He's saying set aside the sticking points.
As you can see,
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being with us here on News Now from Fox. That was House Speaker Nancy Pelosi with her weekly briefing. All right, we're going to switch gears now. We're going to go out to Illinois, where Governor J.B. Pritzker had his COVID-19 update. Some of you will see a quick commercial break for 2 minutes, and the rest of you will continue streaming. But we thank you for being here on News Now from Fox. We haven't played too many COVID-19 pressers today, so I want to make sure we get to Illinois' presser from this week. And thank you all for being here as we bring you this live, raw, unfiltered news. We showed you a few live events earlier today, including those protests that are happening in D.C. But we're going to go out now to Illinois for that COVID-19 update. Thanks so much for being here on News Now from Fox.
December the 10th. Before we begin, I want to wish all who celebrate the Festival of Lights a happy first night of Hanukkah. As with so many other religious and cultural traditions, in Judaism, This holiday season is a time for hope and for warmth and for giving. It's a holiday that celebrates a miracle, and it encourages sharing hope and faith with others, knowing that our candle will never dim when we protect our neighbors from being left in the dark. Those lessons ring true in these difficult times for people of every faith. And throughout this pandemic, I've been exceptionally moved by all the ways in which I've seen Illinoisans share the light wherever they can. And I'm very certain that we'll come out of this on the other side stronger for it. I'm very pleased to offer a warm welcome home to the 150 soldiers of the Illinois National Guard's 105th Chemical Company, who have spent the majority of the last year serving in the Middle East. Their normal work, which includes protecting our forces and, of course, the nation from chemical, biological, and nuclear threats. But in this pandemic, their jobs also have included COVID-19 decontamination work, and I am so grateful for all of their service, both overseas and here at home. As we fight through the devastating economic effects of COVID, I want to make sure that everybody knows that we have financial support available for small businesses that have suffered during this pandemic. Applications for our Illinois Small Business Assistance Program, the Business Interruption Grants, will close at 5 p.m. Tuesday, December the 15th, and that's just 5 days away. Since we launched the BIG program in June, making $540 million available to small businesses, with $270 million reserved for child care businesses specifically, we've seen an enormous response, which speaks to the challenges that are faced by so many of our small businesses. For the $270 million devoted to all small businesses, to date, our Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity has so far paid out more than $168 million to over 6,300 small businesses spanning over 500 cities around the state of Illinois. More funding remains, and we expect to continue issuing grants through the end of the year until the full $270 million of allocation is exhausted. Special consideration is given to businesses in heavily impacted industries, businesses located in areas hard hit by the pandemic, especially those in downstate communities, businesses with annual revenues of $5 million or less, and businesses that have not received other forms of emergency assistance like PPP. The BIG program provides grants ranging from $5,000 to $150,000, with an average grant size to date of $25,000. Grant funds may be used toward operational expenses, including PPE, rent and utilities, payroll, and more. Really, any of the costs associated with keeping the businesses running and which have been made all the more difficult because of the pandemic. If you own a small business or you know someone who does, make sure that they take the time to submit an application if they qualify. DCEO and its outreach partners can provide technical assistance to walk you through the application process if you need it. For more information, visit illinois.gov/DCEO. And because communities, like businesses all across our state, continue to battle the economic impact of COVID-19, I want to remind folks that our Local Cure program, supporting local governments, is also ongoing. To date, nearly $147 million has been paid out or is already on its way for payment, supporting 688 cities, towns, counties, health departments, with funds to offset some of the enormous costs incurred during the COVID-19 emergency response. However, hundreds of local governments have yet to take steps they need to register for this program. And we encourage them to do so soon, so that together we can ensure that no federal dollars are left on the table and that every community has access to economic support. At the beginning of the week, I said that I was hopeful that some of the recent early improvement in our COVID leading indicators will continue. And I'm glad to say that we have yet to see a reversal in our progress that would dash that hope, though again, we are not out of the Thanksgiving surge period yet. We unfortunately still have hundreds more Illinoisans in the hospital fighting COVID-19 than we did at our spring peak. But we're also hundreds below our overall pandemic record to date of November 25th. And remember, these are all on 7-day rolling average bases to account for single-day anomalies. All that said, I cannot overstate how preliminary this progress is. We are at a time of year when traditional gatherings are usually abundant, and because of the severity of this pandemic, it's really never been more important not to do so. So mask up, keep your distance, and plan smaller, more intimate holidays this year with members of your household. It's the best thing that we can do to show each other that we care during this unusual holiday season. Thank you, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Ngozi Ezike.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon, everyone. We are learning more every day about vaccines for COVID-19, including information that will be coming out from the FDA about the emergency use authorization for the Pfizer vaccine, maybe momentarily. I know that there's concern about the COVID vaccine. As the public health leader for the state of Illinois, I want people to know that I will be getting the vaccine when it's my turn and when it's available and after approval by the FDA and recommendations by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. I do trust in vaccines. I trust in the development and approval system that has been created in this country. And from what is known, the safety and the efficacy of the vaccine has been evaluated appropriately. As a physician, I would recommend that unless you have a direct medical contraindication, if it is approved by our FDA, that you get vaccinated. I encourage people to learn for themselves from medical research experts about the vaccine and be able to discern the myths from truths. There is a lot of misinformation, so please obtain credible medical research expert information as opposed to just social media myths that are going around. Only when people adjust their personal behaviors with the mask and the distancing and the avoidance of gatherings combined with the vaccination will we get to end this pandemic and get to our normal way of living. As the governor mentioned with the end-of-year parties, I urge you not to plan an end-of-year party or a holiday party in the large gatherings that we're used to, but start planning for the end-of-pandemic party for next year. Today, we are reporting 11,101 individuals who were newly diagnosed with COVID-19 for a total of 823,531 total individuals with COVID-19 in Illinois. Unfortunately, we also have report of 196 individuals who lost their battle with COVID, bringing the total number of individuals who have been lost to COVID in Illinois to 13,861. In the hospital overnight with COVID were 5,138 individuals, 1,081 patients were in the ICU, and 606 patients were on ventilators. In the last 24 hours, more than 114,000 tests have been reported for a total of almost 11.5 million tests. While it will take many months for the vaccine to be widely available, please see with me that the finish line is in sight. We've come very far. Let's keep going and let's get everybody to the end of this marathon and get back to normal altogether. Thank you. And now the comments in Spanish. Hola a todos y buenas tardes. Cada día aprendemos más sobre las vacunas para COVID-19, incluyendo la información de la FDA sobre la autorización de uso de emergencia para la vacuna de Pfizer. Sé que existe preocupación por la vacuna, pero como líder de salud pública del estado de Illinois, quiero que la gente sepa que yo voy a recibir la vacuna cuando esté disponible y sea elegible. Confío en el sistema de desarrollo y aprobación de vacunas que hemos creado en este país y que la seguridad y eficacia de la vacuna es una prioridad. Animo a las personas a que lean los hechos científicos sobre la vacuna y combatan los rumores y la desinformación que ya está circulando. Solo si las personas se vacunan, además sus comportamientos, usar una máscara, evitar reuniones y mantener la distancia, pondremos fin a esta pandemia. Hoy informamos 11.101 personas recién diagnosticadas con COVID-19 para un total de más de 823,000 casos. Desafortunadamente hay 196 muertes. Eso eleva el número de vidas perdidas en Illinois a más de 13.800. 5.138 personas estaban en el hospital durante la noche con COVID-19. 1.081 pacientes estaban en la unidad de cuidados intensivos y 606 pacientes estaban en ventiladores. En las últimas 24 horas se han reportado más de 114,000 pruebas para un total de más de 11.5 millones de pruebas aquí en Illinois. Se necesitarán muchos meses para que la vacuna esté ampliamente disponible. La línea de meta está a la vista. Hemos llegado ya a este punto, pero tenemos que seguir para terminar con este maratón. Muchísimas gracias para su apoyo. And with that, I'll turn it over to Governor Pritzker.
Thank you, Dr. Ezike. And before I take questions, I want to provide an update on our efforts to protect the heroes in our state-run veterans homes from this pandemic. As the United States has experienced this fall into winter resurgence of COVID-19, so too have we seen COVID-19 cases and deaths in our nursing homes rise nationally amid growing community spread. Unfortunately, Illinois is not immune from this trend. At the LaSalle Veterans Home, 38 of 93 residents are currently positive for COVID-19, along with 3 staff members. To date, I'm deeply saddened to report that we have lost one more resident at LaSalle to COVID-19 since my update on Monday. Since the current outbreak at the home, every employee is tested with rapid result antigen tests prior to every shift, and residents are tested every day. In recent weeks, this protocol has identified 6 asymptomatic staff as carriers, and as a result of that identification, they were able to isolate. Working with our IDPH staff at the home, an infectious disease specialist from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs has been on the ground at LaSalle following up on all pandemic and broad-level concerns and protocols. We are also experiencing an outbreak at our Quincy Veterans Home, though it is currently primarily limited to one residential building within the home, and staff do not work among multiple buildings. DPH staff, as well as a federal DVA specialist, have been on site in recent days. The Quincy complex has 6 separate buildings home to residents, with anywhere from 2 to 5 units per building. At Quincy, 32 of 293 residents have tested positive for COVID-19, along with 22 staff members testing positive. Staff and residents in 2 of the buildings are tested daily, with rapid tests conducted on all staff at all shift changes. The other 4 buildings, which are separate and do not share staff, are being tested twice weekly. Of our remaining veterans' homes, Manteno in Kankakee County has 3 of 169 residents and 4 staff who are currently positive for COVID-19. The 2 remaining facilities, Anna in Union County and Prince, the additional site on the Manteno campus, have both had 0 residents and 0 staff receive a positive result in their most recent tests. Early in March, the Illinois Department of Veterans Affairs restricted visitors at all homes outside of required personnel, home employees, healthcare professionals, as well as CDC and IDPH staff. Staff have been provided with full PPE and trained on how to wear it for maximum safety since the very start of the pandemic, and numerous additional protocols aimed at reducing the potential for an outbreak have been implemented, such as an increase in testing. When regional positivity rises, as it has statewide this fall, testing is necessary. We also have the Illinois National Guard on the ground assisting efforts at LaSalle, with their arrival at Quincy and Manteno set for Monday, providing staff support for screening and handling testing, data tracking, so that medical staff can focus on direct patient support. 2 days ago, I was asked here about National Guard being deployed to our homes, and I dismissed it as a rumor. In retrospect, I had directed every member of my administration to move quickly to respond with every available resource to assist IDVA, and National Guard was asked to be of assistance before I was made aware. That's a good thing. I want my administration to be nimble and responsive, but I want to apologize for being dismissive when I was asked about it. I will say this is just one example of how we are directing every available resource to our veterans community through this period of exceptional risk. Here in Illinois, we will leave no stone unturned in our efforts to safeguard our most vulnerable, especially those who lived to serve. And with that, I'm happy to take questions from members of the media. Craig?
Governor, your own numbers show that in the last 7 days, 10,031 deaths, up from 866. That's a 19% jump from just a week ago. Is this the Thanksgiving surge, and are you concerned it's going to continue to rise the way it has?
You're citing death numbers. Is that what you were referring to? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Yes.
So I want to remind everybody that there are leading indicators and there are lagging indicators. And, the death numbers are lagging indicators. We are not far enough from Thanksgiving that those numbers are reflective, in my opinion, of as a lagging indicator of Thanksgiving. It's my view, and I'd be happy to have Dr. Ezike provide hers as well, that those are, you saw a tremendous rise before we put Tier 3 mitigations in place, although we had Tier 2 and Tier 1 in place for a few weeks before that, that it's because of the rise in cases before that you would see death numbers as you've seen them more recently. It's one of the most confounding things about this virus, honestly, is the time lag between the time that someone is detected to have COVID, maybe even asymptomatically at first, and the time that someone ends up in the hospital, and then possibly someone ends up in an ICU or on a ventilator at some point, and then unfortunately may pass. And it is confounding. I mean, it is. You can look at the numbers over the last several days and see that the numbers in terms of leading indicators are going, generally speaking, in the right direction, or they're plateauing, and that's better than going up. But you watch the numbers of people who have passed away. that are reported at the same time, and you say, what's happening here? Why do those look so terrible? And unfortunately, those are, or maybe fortunately, I don't know how you want to look at it, those are related to something that may have happened weeks and weeks ago.
And Dr. Arwady in Chicago has indicated they're starting to see in Chicago an uptick in cases, and she, I think, has indicated that she thinks this is the beginning of a post-Thanksgiving surge, at least in the city.
Yeah.
You know, what's going on in the city versus the state? Does this portend anything for the rest of the state?
It's hard to tell, honestly, Eric. You can't tell exactly from one region what the rest of the state is going to do. And that's one of the reasons we have the state divided up into regions, is that they can more easily jump on outbreaks and an uptick in numbers at a local level or a county level than even we at the state level can, and certainly more granularly can do so. And so, look, we've seen the state positivity numbers going down, and that's a good thing. And you've seen that we had a number of days below 10,000 cases. This was the first day in some time, when we had something above 10,000 or, at 11,000 some. But if you look at the positivity rate, it's still below 10%, at least on a one-day basis, and then it's now moved for case positivity below 10% on an average for a 7-day period. So I don't want to make any pronouncements about what this means for the future, about the city of Chicago moving in another direction. But I can just say that we're watching very closely the numbers. I do not think we're out of the Thanksgiving surge, if that's the question. I think that we have to stay on it every day, focus on it, and keep moving these numbers, generally speaking, across the state in the right direction. And I'll assist any city, county, region that needs help from the state. That's what we're here to do. We want to help everybody move this in the right direction. Yes?
Hi, Governor.
How are you?
Long time to see you.
Good to see you.
We're hearing that the vaccine distribution program will require state governments to share data with that can be also shared with federal agencies. As a matter of fact, New York State has proposed a modified identification system in order to protect some immigrants, their status. Is Illinois doing anything? Have you put in any thought into this? And can you ensure our immigrant community that their private information will fall into the hands of DHS or ICE for what next?
Dr.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah. We will protect the information of all the people who get this vaccine. We want to make sure that the message is clear that everyone can get this vaccine, and it's free to everyone, no cost to everyone. Yes, we need to make sure that we give numbers in terms of people who are getting immunized. The state has to have that so that we can know which areas have been vaccinated, which areas haven't, which ethnic groups, which neighborhoods, et cetera. But we will do all that we have to do to make sure that we protect the status of everyone who gets the test, and we don't want anyone to be discouraged in any way from coming forward to get this important resource once it's available.
Do you feel comfortable saying that in Spanish, please? Or
Es muy importante que todas las personas saben que esa vacuna está para todos. No necesito ningún documento, ningún papeles para asegurar que está ciudadano o no. Y voy a hacer todo lo necesito para proteger la identidad de cada persona para asegurar que no hay problemas con eso.
Can we ask you a follow-up question just related to the vaccine, if we might? We're hearing people having allergic reactions and other things as Britons and others who are starting before us. Things come out. Do you have concern that there could be a growing lack of buy-in for people to get the vaccine?
I think there's going to be a different situation for each person. Just as, any kind of decision that has to be made, there are a lot of internal thoughts and factors that have to be weighed in, depending on what your experience has been with health or public health. You may be coming to this from a different perspective. I think many people, more people than not are interested in getting this vaccine, and the job of the public health department of the government is to ensure that everyone has the adequate information with which to make the best choice for themselves and their families. So it's not going to be about coercing anyone, it's about communicating with everyone, making sure they have the right facts to make the best decision. We can't assume that every single person will want the vaccine for any number of reasons, but we have the expectation that we will be able to have accurate information available to everyone to make the best decision possible.
We'll do one more in the room and then we'll go online.
Regarding vaccines, we've talked to a couple local public health departments. They're setting up websites for people to register, to get text messages, to list their comorbidities, to say, yes, I am an essential worker or not. But what about those folks who may not have access to the technology or not tech savvy, may not even have a regular medical provider? How do you keep those folks from falling through the cracks?
Right, so that's why the effort when we have a vaccine that's more readily available to everyone will involve many different sectors of the community. We already know that for some of the people that you're referring to, FQHCs are a wonderful setting. They see people regardless of their ability to pay. Everything is scaled from no pay at all to whatever might be the appropriate payment. So that is going to be a big partner going forward. But we also are going to be having mass vaccination drives in parking lots, in malls. We're going to use our community-based testing sites to try to, as well as testing, be able to have a line where you can have vaccination once it's readily available and you don't have to sort out if you are of this priority group or not. So it's going to take all hands on deck, getting as many providers as possible to make sure that there aren't groups that are left out. And that's why at the state level, with our registry system and the requirement that every dose has to be logged in, we will be able to see if there are communities or pockets that aren't having that same uptake. And then we can look, because sometimes it might be that it was available, but people didn't want it, and then trying to increase any outreach efforts to see if there are additional questions or concerns that people have. But I think over time, more and more people will say, oh, I think I want it now. I think there's some people who may not want to be the first, but I think with time you'll have more and more uptake. And so we have to have people get to it in their time, and we will provide all the information to help them make those decisions.
Jim Haggerty at the Rockford Advocate. Governor, Illinois Representative Joe Sosnowski is again calling on you to lift restrictions on bars and restaurants, claiming they are not the culprits for the current surge. Can you comment on that and what you said yesterday regarding airborne transmission?
Well, I can appreciate, I know that Representative Sosnowski all along has not believed that bars and restaurants have anything to do with transmitting or amplifying the disease, but he's wrong. And medical studies, medical doctors, epidemiologists, experts on infectious diseases all have nearly universally said that bars and restaurants are places, because people are not wearing masks for lengthy periods of time, because they tend to be indoors for lengthy periods of time, that those are places that can be dangerous for people. And so, again, I would be happy to resend to Representative Sosnowski the studies that have been done by all of the reputable scientific institutions that have done these, and they are reputable. These are international and national institutions. Not to mention, I might add, many, many states around the country who have now closed indoor service to bars and restaurants because they have had record surges of COVID-19, and that has helped them to tame those numbers.
John O'Connor at the AP. Is it true that counties without hospitals are donating their vaccine doses to their regional hubs so that the regional hub staff are a part of the first wave? How many counties and how many vaccines?
There were 7 or 8 counties that were initially slotted for that initial allocation that don't have an actual hospital in their county. And so we have reached out to every single one of those counties to work on the appropriate reallocation of that vaccine, whether it's to the hospital that those residents of that county would seek their care at, or the regional hub, and to ensure that all the regional hubs get some vaccine to start the process. So yes, we have identified when we made the list that absolutely some counties don't have a hospital, but they have had people with COVID and people who died with COVID. So those people are getting care somewhere, and so we will still get those healthcare workers immunized.
But sorry, I just want to make clear, though, that you remember that long-term care facilities also will be receiving very early doses of the vaccine, and those will go directly, whether it's in a county that was named or one of those 7 or so counties or not, those will go directly to those long-term care facilities, nursing homes, and people will be vaccinated there, including staff.
Dave McKinney at WBEZ. Realizing Mike Madigan's fate as Speaker still rests with House Democrats, Governor Pritzker, could you tell us your own sense about what Madigan's legacy will be on Illinois politics, the Democratic Party here, and the state's overall ethical climate?
Well, I think that will ultimately be a decision made by historians. There are a lot of decades to cover of leadership in the role of the Speaker, and so that's very hard in the near term circumstance to look at what the Speaker's legacy might be. But there's a lot to examine. Certainly, anybody who was Speaker of the House now, who was at the 1970 Constitutional Convention, there's a lot that's occurred in those 50 years.
Shruti at Bloomberg, what phase do people who have already had COVID-19 fit into for Illinois' vaccine distribution plan? Will they be in later phases or at the end?
No, they're not segregated out of the phases. The definitions that ACIP has laid out include, consider people who have had COVID before, but happy to have Dr. Ezike elaborate.
They did stipulate in the ACIP guidelines that people who have had COVID within the last 90 days should hold back and let others get the vaccine because we think within that 90 days you can't get COVID again. We can't say for sure after that. So if it's been more than 90 days, then it could be appropriate to get the vaccine at that time.
Will that apply to medical healthcare workers if they've had it within
That's anyone with, yes.
Dean Olson at the SJR, is it true that people who receive COVID-19 vaccine shots are prohibited from getting on an airplane for 6 months? If that's true, what impact will it have in Illinois?
I haven't heard anything like that. Have you, Dr. Ezike? No. And I spoke with an airline executive just this morning, and we had a fairly extensive conversation about passengers, workers, and so on, and the vaccines, and none of that came up.
Jake Griffin at the Daily Herald for Dr. Ezike. HHS released a report on hospital usage dating back to July that shows some hospitals struggling to find space for patients while other nearby hospitals aren't as full. What can the state do to fix this issue, ensuring patient safety?
Right. Well, there's already an internal system, if you will, between hospitals where if there's a need to transfer, one provider, one doctor talks to a doctor at another hospital and arranges for transfer. So fortunately, we have not gotten in a situation where there are no beds available in a region. That's what we're trying so hard to prevent. So there are avenues for transferring patients. Again, there's all the red tape of which insurance you have and what places you can be transferred, et cetera. But there's never been a situation where there's a region where there was absolutely no place to go, but there may be individual hospitals that have been full, but with surrounding hospitals with some available beds.
Peter Hancock at Capital News Illinois. IDES reported today that first-time unemployment claims surged 45% in 1 week to more than 107,000. How much of this do you think can be attributed to the stricter Tier 3 mitigations?
It's hard to tell. Remember that there are a lot of things that affect employment that occur long before just a couple of weeks ago. We've seen layoffs of major companies that were in the works for some number of months now. So I can't answer that question.
Paris at WTTW, how much of the initial shipment of the Pfizer vaccine will come from the Pleasant Prairie facility? Wisconsin lawmakers say there are regulatory hurdles to shipping the vaccine across state lines. Do you anticipate any regulatory hurdles?
No, there are not going to be any hurdles, and the vaccine will be able to ship easily through the state of Illinois and into the state of Illinois.
Hannah Mizell at NPR Illinois. Governor, the State Ambulance Association is suggesting that the state's distribution of federal CARES Act money is extremely delayed, and the formula that was created by the Illinois Department of Health Care and Family Services gives very little money to the largest ambulance providers who are doing the most COVID transports. The ambulance providers suggest they are struggling to keep their EMTs safe during the pandemic and need this money from HFS to keep essential workers safe. Are you aware of this concern?
Well, that sounds concerning, and I can just say that I'd be happy to connect you with the folks at HFS. In fact, I'll ask Jordan, my press secretary, to do that to make sure that we get answers on that specific part of the CARES Act reimbursements.
This is just one more follow-up from Hannah for Dr. Ezike.
Sure.
Had you seen the list of 50 counties with the highest death rates where the vaccine would go when the governor's office announced it on Friday? Did anyone check to see if there were hospitals in each of those counties?
Right. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay. No, the metric that was going to be used, the methodology was chosen without respect to what it would show. So the methodology was chosen, and then the data team identified which counties that would be. And then after we see the counties, then we try to identify the hospitals that would be in those counties, and then we see that some of those counties don't actually have hospitals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and remember, this is, and if you want to save lives in a county that's being served by a hospital that doesn't happen to be in that county, then it makes sense to have vaccines provided at the regional hub.
Governor, your answer to the question the other day wasn't entirely clear. Was there specific information uncovered at the LaSalle Veterans Home that led to the firing of the administrator earlier this week? If so, what was it? That's from Dan Petrella at the Tribune.
There were lots of pieces of information. I think we've been actually very transparent about the things that we've learned so far. There's certainly more that we can learn, but what I want to do is make sure that we're keeping each of the residents as safe as humanly possible. And if there were failures of management there, and we talked about some of the things that had gone on at that LaSalle Veterans Homes. Those are things of great concern to me. I want to make sure that we plug all of those holes, and making sure that we have the right management helps do that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
And that was Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker with his COVID-19 update. Well, we are going to end the stream for tonight, but don't forget you can always watch NewsNOW from Fox on many different platforms from across the country, and you can always watch it on newsnowfox.com. We're going to end the YouTube stream for tonight, but thank you all for being here on this Saturday, and we'll be back tomorrow on the Sunday for you for News Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Have a great night, everyone.